Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. First, let me do this share real quick. Let me see where you at. It's not you. Damn, did I end it? No, I see it. Okay, here we go. First, let me do this share real quick.
Dark brown lip liner. Oh,
It's sexy. It's
let's review the
sexy.
new sexy.
I don't know what name of that song is, but I've heard it on like little clips like this. I have to did I see where you at? It's not you. Let me exit some of this stuff. Damn, did I end it? No, I see it. Okay, here we go. First, let me do this share real quick.
Dark brown lip liner. Oh,
It's sexy. It's
let's review the
sexy.
new sexy.
I don't know what name of that song is, but okay, here it go. I've heard it on like little clips like so I gotta mute this shit, y'all. Okay, cool. There we go. I want to see this. I think Queen sent this shared this to me yesterday. I should have rebooted my computer before I started this, but we was talking about the lip glosses.
Sexy red lip glosses. These remind me of like the old school like beauty supply lip glosses. I used to live for a good beauty supply gloss. I'm not gonna lie to you. It smells really good. I want to eat it. They are not sticky at all. I hate a sticky ass lip gloss. I feel like this one is gonna.
I remember y'all. Well, some of y'all. Well, y'all should be. If y'all listening to me, you should remember these lip glosses. I remember these lip glosses in like the hair stores. You know where you go and buy your weave and your hair products and shampoos and things like that. In the beauty salon. No, not the beauty salon. The beauty store. Sally's. I haven't seen the Sally's in so long. So some of y'all may have never been in Sally's. I don't know. But anyway, you go in there. I haven't been in one of these stores in a while. Um, but you go in there and you get these lip glosses and they were thick, but they were good. But like especially for somebody like myself who licked my lips all the time, they were the only lip glosses that would stay on my lips for at least a half hour. Because that shit was thick as hell, like it would come out. And so it sounds like that's what even this woman is saying, that these lip glosses were thick. But anyway, I just wanted to share a little bit of it because somebody did give it to me to share. Shares some music in it, so I'm not gonna play too much more of it. Um, that beat, dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I remember that beat from somewhere. I'm trying to piece where that beat come from. Like some of us, what people don't understand is that about music is sometimes it's not even the lyrics that you really like. For me, it's not the lyrics at all. For me, it's the setup of the beat that catches my ears, right? Um, and that's why there's some artists I will never listen to. It's not because of the artist themselves, it's the beginning of the song comes on and I'm not vibing with it. Now I have missed out on a lot of good songs due to that. Because later on, a song might be playing somewhere, and I'd be like, "Oh, who is that?" And they'll be like, "Oh, that's Taylor Swift." And like, "Oh, I don't listen to her." Um, but I heard a little bit of the song somewhere in somebody's stream or in a commercial or or something like that. I'd be like, "Oh, I like, what's being said here." There's quite a few, especially white artists, that I passed on up until me having to hear so many lyrics. Okay. So I'm kind of biased and racist when it comes to my music originally. But that, originally, I don't listen to Taylor Swift. And I'm quite sure she has some good shit out there. Um, I haven't even listened to be honest, I haven't listened to Beyonce since Lemonade. Except I think there's like one or two songs that I've heard that I ended up hearing on the radio, which is weird because I don't listen to the radio. But I was on my way to the doctor's office in maybe one of my son's car, and the radio was on. I was like, oh shit, who is this? Like I knew it was, right? Because I know Beyonce right off the bat. I'm like, oh shit, I like this. Okay, I like this. And so I put it in my favorites in my Apple Music. And then that's it. The rest of the album, I haven't even tried to listen to. So I'm racist when it comes to, I'm racist and I'm beatist, right? The beat gotta be on point, and if it's not, I'm against it. And the lyrics is right. The lyrics not on point. I could bypass the lyrics. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, I could bypass if the beat is hot. I could bypass the lyrics. Like for instance, good and sexy. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know what the hell she's saying. Um, I don't know what she's saying. And the honest truth is, I don't care what she's saying. Okay, when that beat dropped, you know, I was like, I was bouncing to it. Okay, I didn't even know who that was until just now. I didn't know that was a Sexy Red's song. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, let me get to my tale of my RIP. Okay. Um, it's a sad story, so that might be why I'm a little kind of discollab uh how you say the word? Discollaborated? No. I'm fucked up. Okay, cool. I be trying, y'all. I be trying. Okay, I be trying to use these bigger words to express myself. And when I try to do that, sometimes I fail. Okay, I fail at it. So don't get mad. See, because I was going to monetize my channel. I was gonna attempt to monetize my channel, but but when I was looking at some of the rules, right, I got to go so many minutes within the video without being. But they didn't use the word vulgar, but they used the words like um yeah, your language got to be a little more cleaned up. And sometimes I get on it, I hit start, and I'll be like, "We in this bitch." See, and I'm not gonna make no money off that off that stream, right? Um, so I feel like this is not the channel for me to monetize. That's all. I got a couple other channels I can monetize. This is just not the one. Okay. Um, because I'm gonna be as real as I want to be within that moment. Okay, what does that mean? Does that mean that Bomb is acting this way in this moment and she also acts that way in real life? No, what I'm saying is when I feel like saying some shit in that moment, I'm going to say it. And that doesn't mean, though, when I'm out and about personally dealing with people, that I act this way. Because I do not. I do not. Like the people who know me in the real world, outside in the real world, because shit, people don't know what the real world is anymore. It's sad that I gotta define it. When I go walk outside my house and I stumble across real human beings, where when we speak to each other, I can look them in their eyes and they can look me in my eyes. Okay, they can see my lips moving and I can see their lips moving. That's what I consider the real world outside with real people. Okay. Okay, cool. Those people will be confused if you meet me online and then you meet me in person and you expect the same type of energy. You won't get that. You won't get that. Okay. Um, because in the real world, right, I have to be I have to be conscious of other people's feelings. I got to be conscious of how I'm perceived, right? Because I do have a family. um, who they people will judge them based on me, right? I know in today's world, people call it "I keeps it real." I keeps it real. I'm like, yeah, you keeping it real, and is it working for you? And if it is working for you, that's a good thing. But if it's not working for you, like, what is the reason of keeping this so-called real? Like, if you're a comedian, you know, at heart, then you should go be a comedian. If you can make money at being a comedian, cool. If you can't, then keep your whack ass jokes online, like me. Keep your whack ass jokes online, baby. Don't go outside and telling people these whack ass jokes. They're gonna think you lame. Okay. The things that um happens online and the way people feel about people online, it could be totally different in the real world. Some of you would love, you could deal with me online. You got to know me. You like, wow, I'm crazy. But be honest, if I act that way around you in real life, like if I was your neighbor coming knocking at your door, being ratchet, knock it, girl, where you at? Even though I don't act that way, but and I would just crack jokes, you would get tired of that. You wouldn't want to be around that. I get it because I wouldn't want to be around. You know, I wouldn't want to be around that. I wouldn't want to be around, the bomb cherry, uh, the jokester, the clowner, and shit like that. I wouldn't want to be around me in the real world on some real shit. Sometimes I started noticing that shit just be falling out my mouth. Because I be naked. I'm like right now, I'm over here naked as well, right? And so words just fall out because I don't have on no clothes to hold them in. I don't have nothing restricting my mouth right now. I feel like I'm talking to myself and I can express myself. I can be as goofy as I want to be. And because there's no reason for me to restrict my talking points or anything, right? Um, but in the real world though, I'm conscious of, hey, don't say that. Don't say that. I don't online though when I'm talking to some of these idiots, shit just fall out my mouth. Now let me be fair to myself though. I wouldn't be around a lot of these motherfuckers I'd be on panels with. I want y'all to understand that. I want I want y'all to understand I wouldn't be around a lot of these motherfuckers. Let me give you an example. Like Vic Hart, right? Vic Hart, I like him a lot, right? Because I can express myself and he can hear it. He don't really listen. I wouldn't the truth of the matter is me and a Vic Hart would never have collided. Our worlds would never have collided. Cause he dumb. Okay. And I only mention your name, Vic, because you know I love you, baby. You know I love you. Okay. They got other people I mention their name, they start crying, they be, ooh, I don't know why. People send them, oh, mom said your name here. Right? Motherfuckers can mention your name, but you can't mention their name. It's just several of them on this YouTube shit that I run into that's like that. And it's mostly the men, right? The women, we don't be giving no fucks to be real. Unless somebody just tearing us to shreds and shit, then we'll go and deal with that. But other than that, just a not name drop, nobody giving a care. These niggas is the one who be sharing, y'all. They be running and telling. Ooh, bomb. Ooh, bomb. Look what she said about you. Because they want us to fight. Okay? I ain't fighting no ratchets. The fuck I look like fighting a ratchet. These bitches shaped like mustard beans and shit. Okay? In other words, well, I don't know why I say mustard bean, because y'all might not know what a mustard seed is, mustard bean. Okay. Um, in other words, that's what I'm saying, right? You don't know what the shape is like. You can't identify it. If it was in front of you, you wouldn't know. And that's what I'm saying. To me, they don't mean shit. Um, I don't have a feeling of disgust, hate, love, like there's none of that. You know what I mean? That I have no feeling towards them. And nothing's wrong with that. People don't need to have feelings for everybody they stumble across. But I try to give them what I would call respect upon meeting. Conversation, we're gonna have a conversation, we can respect one another. Um, but I find back to me being naked and words just falling out of my mouth. It's like my thought process. And it runs through my brain and then it falls out my mouth when I'm naked. But if I put on some clothes as if I'm outside in public, then I know how to filter those words. You know, like the clothing. It, me having on clothes let put me in a different mindset. Okay. Put me in a different mindset. Okay, so back to my little story of my RIP. Okay, so some of y'all may remember this, some of y'all may not. So I'm gonna have to tell the story from the beginning. Okay, it's gonna be a long little story. Sit back, relax, calm down, and chill. Okay, so Bomb, who is now 54, I will be 55 in November. Okay, soon. And I think if I'm correct, all of my maybe since about age 9, 10, I don't know. Around, let's just say I was young when I started to, I stumbled across a book and at my aunt's house. And I have that book here in my house. I don't know if it's upstairs. Let me see. It may be up here or it may be downstairs, right? Because I eventually ended up taking the book, right? But the book has been in my aunt's house for years and years and years, years and years. And so every time I would go to the bathroom, I would go into the living room, take that book, and go in the bathroom and sit there and read the book, right? Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of us are readers on the throne, okay? The cold throne that flushes. Yes, that's the type of person I am. I, they didn't have the internet where I could take a phone in the bathroom, okay? Some of y'all be texting, and some of y'all listening to me right now while you sit on that goddamn toilet. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about, okay? You know exactly what I'm talking about. So because it was a a book about sex, it was like I was sneaking the book because I knew that I shouldn't be reading the book. At least that was my mindset, right? It was my mindset that I shouldn't be reading this book. But I would go and take that look. I would go and I look both ways, right? Left, I don't see nobody. Okay. And I would grab the book, go in the bathroom, lock the door, and sit on the cold broom. And as I'm doing my business, I'm reading and I'm learning. Okay. There's a lot of things I've learned while reading that book. And one of them was called, it was an exercise. There was some strange shit in that book. As a little girl, I was wondering why are they telling people to kiss the penis and shit like that, right? That crossed my, when I read that, I didn't read too much into that. I was bypassed that, but I stumbled as I'm flipping through the book. I've stumbled across something called Kegels, y'all, Kegel exercises, and it was an exercise, and they were telling me what to do. Like they had steps on what to do. They were called Kegel exercises. Now, damn, I was gonna show it. I was gonna go through and show y'all, but I'm afraid if I share it and it be some adult shit. Let me look while I'm talking. I'll look and see if I can find some information about Kegels, right? That we could share. Let me see. But anyway, so I'm sitting and it really was really, how should I say it? Detailed on what a woman should do. Like how you should squeeze and hold it and how you let loose. Like I learned that really early. No joke, right? Let me put instructions in case they. And so I found that every time I would go in the bathroom, that's the part I would go to. I would go to that part there, and I'm reading, and so I'm sitting there on the toilet, and I'm doing what they tell me to do. Like I'm doing what they tell me to do. And mind you, I'm young, so I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm like. I just saw an exercise in the goddamn book and I started doing it. I truly started doing it at a very young age. Okay. And then in that book, I'm not even joking when I say this. Um, like when you got to, doing it to where you can hold it for so long and let loose, and they was telling you that's when your muscles are very toned. And so they then give you an exercise on how you can prove that your muscles are very toned, how you build the muscles up over time. And I'm not joking. Um, it informed me, the reader, that I should be able to put a pencil inside, squeeze, and the pencil should shoot across the room. Or should I say, I'm exaggerating across the room, but what I'm saying is the pencil should shoot out. And the farther you could get it to shoot out, the more powerful your muscles were. Okay, y'all with me? Y'all with me? Uh, so I found that very intriguing. I found it very intriguing. Remember, I'm young. Now, I don't know if I was 9, y'all. I might be, exaggerating a little bit with the age, but I was not a teenager yet. I wasn't like 13 and 14. Okay. But you know, I was understanding of how to read and instructions, but I did not know what the Kegels was for. Right. I didn't know, but I found something that gave me something to read and to do. So let's go back to me doing these exercises since I was very young. And let me just tell you that the exercise really do work. Okay. Well, before I even started having sexual intercourse with other people, right? I had the muscle strength of Hercules, baby, Hercules. I'm talking about I was able to put that little pencil in and squeeze and shoot that bitch across the room, baby. If somebody had been in the room, I would have took their eye out. I learned how to aim, baby. My pussy became like a Glock 9mm, baby. 9mm, baby. If I aim at them, baby, I could shoot them in the eye, baby. With my pussy, baby, and a pencil. With my pussy, baby, and a pencil. Okay? Don't get bomb started, baby. Don't get me started, okay? So even though I still had no understanding what I'm doing, though, right? I don't understand like how this is gonna be good or bad. I don't understand any of that. I don't even understand sex with other people yet. Like I'm not even thinking about that as I started doing these exercises because I was a little person, right? Not understanding consequences, not understanding anything about sex. Besides what that book taught me. I am going to find that fucking book so I can share it with y'all one day. And I'm going to scan that page, see if I can find it, okay? But anyway, anyway, so through the years, that was my little secret. My little secret was I go, when I'm at my aunt's house, I would go and grab the book. I could tell I'm the only one opening the book. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like my aunt used to just buy shit just for the purpose of buying shit. She was a shopaholic. She would buy shit that it looked good. If it made her look good, if it made the household look good, you know what I mean? That's what she would do. I got my craftiness from her. Watching her make uh, Christmas ornaments and decorate them. We used to be sitting there watching her or even helping her at some point. So I think I got my craftiness and shit from her. Okay. Um. Anyway, let's go back to my Kegel exercises. So let me see. I found something. Let me see what this is. Now, of course, y'all know I know some of y'all think it's weird that I mentioned a pencil, right? And you may not even believe me, but I'm not joking when they told me to put a pencil. But now, if we think about that, this was like 40 years ago, right? And we think that now how far we have come, because now they're telling women to put eggs in them, right? They've made things for women to put in them to help their pelvic floor, right? They have eggs and balls and different things, and they tell women to do the same exact thing, to hold it and squeeze it. Okay, so even though it sounds funny what I'm saying, it may sound weird what I'm saying, it's just all that happened is that they have developed items. So you don't have to put a pencil in you, right? Because it wasn't, and the reason they say a pencil is because it's not for sex, right? What I was doing wasn't for sex. It was just to show how your muscles, how you could grip and grab. Now, I know some of y'all think that's weird. Buy you some balls, okay? Buy you some balls, ladies. Buy you some balls. If you are sexually active, okay, listen to what I'm saying. If you are sexually active and you are about pleasing your partner, then buy you some balls or something that's there that will tighten up your muscles and make you great again. Make pussy great again. Okay? Make pussy great again. MPGA. MPGA. Make pussy great again. Okay? Or you could say make pussy tight again. MPTA. Okay? We're going to come up with many acronyms in this story. Make pussy tight again. And or never lose the tightness. Because you got to understand, I'm not even having sex at this point. Now, what have I learned through my exercising? First, I learned that because I started so young and I did it so often, I actually do it automatically. I don't have to consciously think about it. And sometimes I find myself sitting, just doing the exercise. No thought in process. It's like automatically. I'm sitting here right now and I'm just tightening, holding it, and then I relax. Tighten, holding it, relax. Now, what you're going to find as you get older, it's beneficial to you. But you're going to find younger, when you start having sex, you may not understand the benefits because you're young. You just realize it and just learning how to have sex. But what I found is that men loved me and wanted to marry me. Okay. Now I was hoping that they loved me for me, right? That is a thought that we have when we're children. But I find that a lot of us who in their 30s and 40s, y'all still think motherfuckers just love you for you. And what the fuck does that mean? The fuck that mean? You love you for you, I hope. Other motherfuckers don't know you like that. So if we be honest, people love others for what they can get from them. That's not necessarily a bad thing. What can you provide to me that I enjoy and love? Right? But women, they have convoluted our thinking and to where we want somebody who is going to love us for us. Oh, I want him to love me for my mind. Girl, what? Your mind changes all the time. Your mind changes from one moment to the next about the same motherfucking thing. Because we would say, well, there's nuances. Now think about it. And it's true, right? Your mind can change from one thing to the other about the same topic, except they can have nuances, different situations. But then we know that's complex. That is complex. Our minds are the most complex thing about us. And yet women want men to love us for the most complex thing about us. Something that could change from this moment to the next. And we say we need them to love us for our minds. That's what they have told us. And so it's all gravy that we have that thought process when we're younger. But how destructive is it when we're older? You holding on to something you would have unlearned early on. By the time you are the age you are right now, you would have unlearned that bullshit. Reality would have set in. You would have unlearned it. You would have realized that the man who you married, there was something about you that made him love you. And you want to believe that he loved you for your mind. He loved you because you're funny, right? He could actually like people for their minds, right? Men like other men because the way they think. They like other men because the way he hoop, right? He like other men because hey, they laughing together. He's a jokester. See, he could love another man or like another man for those exact things. See, let me back it up a little bit in case it's a little confusing where I'm going with this, right? Because remember, when we got it, I know people gonna be like, but Bomb, that's different. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Listen, we claim we don't want men to think about us and our bodies. And then though, if a man likes you because you're funny, if he likes you because you your brain, the way you work, and how it works and the way you think and everything like that. Well, what's the difference between you and another man on side of you who thinks like you, or he's funny as well? He's funny, you're funny. And this guy likes funny people. And you're nice and he's nice. And this guy likes nice people and funny people. And you're considerate of others. And this other guy is considerate of us. And this guy like nice people, who's funny, who's considerate of others. We could go on and on and on and on. Y'all see what I'm saying? But we could go on and on. Whereas you and this other guy, and y'all standing side by side with a man in front of you who you want to choose you, and he is looking at you and a guy, and you and this guy have the same qualities. And the reason I say this is because based on what some of you say, which is very ridiculous, you want somebody to love you for your qualities. And you don't want them to consider your sex. See where I'm going with that? You don't want them to consider that. Oh, I'm more than just my vagina. Oh, I'm more than just my titties. And I'm more than just that. I don't want a man who considers that. I want him to love me for me. And then you want him to love you for you, but then you want him to exclude some things about you. Because now you, without your sex, without your vagina and those breasts and your shapes and the fact that you can have children and shit, like, besides all of that you want him to not even consider, you would be no different than this guy sitting on side of you, standing on side of you. See? So as a young woman, yes, I don't want nobody to consider my sex. I don't want you to consider my body. I'm a person too. I'm a person. Why you gotta think about my body? Why is it all about my vagina? It's not all about your vagina, but he does consider that. He considers that. He considers your vagina from another woman's vagina. Now we're about to get back to what I want to get back to. right? He considers your vagina against another woman's vagina. And they got women, oh, I'm not going to do all that, mom. I'm not doing no Kegel exercises. What I got to do all that for? Wait a minute, you go to the gym, you to keep in shape, you drink, and you drinking water to keep healthy, keep your skin clean. It also helps keep your vagina tight. But you won't do the exercise to keep one of the things that these men actually consciously or even unconsciously think about. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna get back to my lost in a minute, but I just want y'all to know that if you out here eating healthy, you're exercising, you're taking care of your body, ladies, you know you got other muscles. You got other muscles that you should be taking care of. By the time I get to this story, you're gonna understand exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? Keep the muscles tight. Now, the benefits to that is yes. For those of us, see, I can't imagine. See, the way I think is the way I think. And the truth be told, the way I think, I assume for a long time that other people was thinking the way I think. I since have learned through having conversations with other people, other women, other men, right? That that's farthest from the truth. So now here I am thinking that how is it that every guy I slept with wanted to marry me, right? And I didn't think of nothing back then. I'm just thinking, oh, these was nice guys and things like that. I mean, it did amaze me that because I wasn't trying to find no husband or nothing. So I would wild out on a nigga just to do it, even though it wasn't in me. It really wasn't my thing, but I would do it. Because yes, we test people like humans, that's what we do. There's people who say, nah, I never do that, but I can't call you a liar or anything, but that's we as human, we test things, we test theories, we we do that. And even if you ain't do it to someone, there's some people who's done it to you. And I have always been one of those people to test people, right? I'm testing a theory because I'm not trying to be with nobody you know, uh, who will lie to me. Uh, that's the one thing I found through life that I don't like is liars. And I'm not talking about somebody who tell a lie here, like you ask them what they were doing and nothing. And I'm not gonna call them a liar because they was actually doing something, but I'm talking about like actual fucking liars, just always in your face, just straight lying all the time for no fucking reason. It's different when you lie for a reason, right? If you're cheating and you lie to me because you're cheating, yes, I hold that against you. It's not the lie that I hold against you, it's the fact that you're cheating. I understand why you told a lie because you're trying to protect yourself. See, it's not as simple as because you lie, but I do hate liars. I'm not talking about those type of lies. I'm not talking about the lies that you told to protect either yourself or me. I'm talking about the lies you told for no motherfucking reason. Zero reason. No reason. You wasn't protecting nothing. You just was a fucking liar. And I can't deal with it. I think I told you I had a cousin, and all she did was lie. This bitch would tell me that me and her did some shit we didn't do. Remember that time? Look, it would be me, her, and some other person. And she's telling the other person a story about what me and her did. And she's looking at me and to remind me, remember when we went to Australia and we rode on that horse? And I'm looking at this bitch. And she looked like she just, like this shit is true. She's telling this story like this motherfucker shit is true. And like she looking at me like, remember? And she looking at me as if I'm supposed to remember this shit. And And when I was younger, she would do this shit, and I'm just looking. And that's why I'm not a good liar, right? I'm not a good liar. She's trying to convince not just the other person that me and her did this shit. She's trying to convince me that me and her did this shit. Oh, baby. And I thought that shit would die down, looking back at it, I realized we were young and I realized she was a liar and I wouldn't say shit. I'm just bad at lying. Okay. If you look at me in my face, baby, you could tell. Okay. You could tell a lot of things in my face. That's why I don't get on camera when I talk. Man, more people would dislike me if I had my camera on when I talk. I'm talking about the men, right? And even some of the women, right? You'll be able to tell that I'm serious when people think I'm joking. You'll be able to tell that I'm not joke. Damn, she's not joking. Um, and you'll also be able to tell when I am joking, right? You, my face tell it all. My face tell it all. So I don't get on cam. I think it ruins everything. You know, that would be when I tell these niggas they ain't nothing but fuck niggas. I don't know if y'all can hear it in my voice as it changes when I'm serious, right? But you would definitely be able to see it in my face. They would hate, right? Because I ain't gonna lie, like I have assessed some of these niggas. And by the time I tell them they're a fuck nigga, I've assessed that to be true. And I can even explain to them if they ask me why you say that, I will be able to explain to them. Like example, I was over there by Sharon the other day, and they was telling somebody on the panel, oh, even though you're not a rim brother. And I was like, shit. And I know everybody heard me because I realized I wasn't on mute after I said it. And somebody else laughed, right? And I was like, oh shit, I wasn't on mute. Okay. I and then he goes to talk about how he is the devil's advocate and how he see things both ways and shit like that. And I go to say, well, no, you are a rim brother, and the reason is because you do not stand for anything. Men stand on something. I respect the men who, even when I disagree with them, they stand on their square. Now, I know some people confuse that just because you stand on your square without any movement. Some men take that to mean that, yeah, that's great. No, we all could move, right? As we get older, we learn new information. Our mind changes, even if it's slightly one way or the other, right? But these men who, well, I gotta play devil's advocate, and I'm like, nigga, you married, nigga, you never talk about the goodness of your relationship. We've never heard it. We've never heard him say how he met her and how he fell in love with her, and she's great and she's taking care of him. We don't even know if he have kids or not. I don't know, but you talk about all that she put adds to his life. But all he could do is sit up there and want to play devil's advocate and give these men who are shitting on women, right? Giving them grace, as he puts it. And I'm like, you're not a fucking man? The fuck is you talking about? You a pussy. You scared. You scared. You scared that the fight that Brownsville and what's his name? And Sharon have to go through, you scared you're gonna be in their situation. And that's when I have determined that these are not men. These are mouse. And mice. I'm sorry. These are mice. He's a mouse. These men are mice. Scurry around. And one of them came on the fucking panel and said that when he says something, if most of the women agree with him, he says he gets nervous. Mice. Scared of what other men think about you. On the fucking internet. I'm a brave bitch on this motherfucking internet. Y'all notice that? Oh, because we on the fucking internet. What can they do to me except call me things? And As if that means some shit. I'm Gen Xer, nigga. Nobody give a fuck what you talking about. As a matter of fact, words are just words. And here go a lot of them, you dumb motherfucker. And I call them them brothers and they get all. See, words to them mean something. But to me, they ain't nothing but mere motherfucking words, baby. That's like blowing in the wind. I feel the wind every day, baby. Them words ain't nothing but like oxygen, right? I hear it, I inhale, and I exhale, baby. It ain't nothing to me. It's not killing me. You know what I'm saying? And it's just words. You put words together, and it could be music to your motherfucking ears. It's just motherfucking words. These niggas scared of words. These niggas, please don't get with these niggas. These niggas, they don't care, ladies, if you care about them or not. In fact, they prefer you come over to give your money, but they do not respect you. And they might respect your ass in the back chat, right? You have different conversations with them on the back chat. And then in public though, when everybody can see, oh, now you ain't shit. And see, that shit works with a lot of women. They'll be like, oh, well, nah, he cool. Like, see, I know some of these men, right? I know them because in the back, I get the truth. I know, right? So I'm able to see things that some people can't see. I know situations that other people may not know. And so y'all wonder, well, why do Bomb like this person? I'm like, because I know that he's not showing who he really is. But y'all got to understand, I'm not a woman who's they considering to even be with and I'm considering to be with them. It's almost like this is my son, or you know what I mean? I'm the grandmother, like they like to throw out there, right? Or I'm the aunt. And so it's almost like family and you love them even when they ain't shit. Y'all see what I'm saying? That's the viewpoint that I have. I have a different viewpoint. I have other information that others do not have. And so I'm able to decide whether I like somebody based on that type of information. But I know other people may not have the information I have. And yeah. And also I'm not even ever considering being with these men in any way. Except for like if they're coming through for dinner, for Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, birthdays or some shit. You see, like family. And so that's why I tell people don't base who you like and dislike on me, because I'm a different position. I'm looking at things differently. And so even if my sons were nothing but fuck boys, right? If I had fuck boys for sons, do y'all understand I would still love them. I wouldn't give them no excuses for no women, because I'll be wondering what type of woman fucking with my fuck boy sons, but I would still love my son, right? I'll be able to tell them you ain't shit. I might not tell them they ain't shit in front of everybody, but I promise you, I'm the type. My sons have always gotten the truth from me. It may not have been harsh, really told, because it was told in love, right? If I say you ain't shit, no, I ain't say it that way. Tell me you need to get your shit together. You need to get your shit together. Okay. Um, so what am I getting to? Because my story gonna be long. I told y'all that already. But I promise it's a lot of little bits and proofs and shit in this. Okay. We're gonna get to the story of my vagina muscles. Okay. But I just need y'all to ride with me, baby. Just ride with me. Okay. So the vagina. We do it. So when I was younger, I was the type to be like, yeah, you supposed to love me for me. I don't know where we got that shit from. I didn't really look at Disney like that, but I think our society as a whole teaches girls one thing and it was teaching boys something else, right? We know that to be factual. Now, There's a bad thing to that, right? What is the bad thing about what we call gender roles, right? Or the teachings of what how they teach one half of the world one thing and the other half another thing just based on gender. Well, um, the blurring of the lines, as someone put it on Sharon's channel when he was playing that video from the Angry Man, the blurring of the lines come from when a child or a family, let's say a family, has both boys and girls. And you teach your children because you love your children, want them to be the best. You know, my mom did not teach me how to hunt and fish. My dad taught me that. My dad taught me how to use a weapon aiming at a deer as it's moving and how to get in front of that fucking deer and and get a kill shot. You see? So my dad didn't just teach my brother that, but he taught me that as well. You see? Oh, and by the way, my mom, as she's teaching cooking, she didn't tell my brother, hey, get out the kitchen. This is a woman's job. This is a girl's job. Now they showed that a little bit on TV, but in the community, my community, look, my brother washed dishes just like I did. I washed the dishes one day, he washed the dish the next. Or if I did it for lunch, he did it for breakfast. Basically, it was my turn, and then after that, it was his turn, and then it was my turn again, and then it was his turn, and then it was my turn. So you see how the confusion could be, where the propaganda of the media is one thing, but everybody knows in the real world, in the real household, the chores was spread for everybody. In TV movies, when they go back to history and they'll show, oh, the boys did this and the girls did that. That is some bullshit. That all of that was propaganda. Because in society, they was trying to get society to be a certain way. But the fucking thing couldn't have worked because people live real lives. Girls was out on farms herding the cattle just like their brothers were. Sometimes the family may not have had brothers, may not have had boys at all. And so the girls are out there with their fathers. The wives are out there with their husbands. So we have a group of people, though, they showing us through cartoons, they showing us through Disney movies, which used to be just cartoons. So that's why I mentioned cartoons. Today, I think they call it anime movies, right? Animated movies. But it just used to be cartoons for me. And so what I'm saying though, they talked about the princess and all this bullshit about this and that and the third. But in the real world though, is that what we've seen? I mean, even in Cinderella, she was upkeeping the house and shit, right? Um, but she looked at she dressed in rags. And in order for her to be beautified, her fairy godmother, a whole make-believe motherfucker had to come and give her something called magic. And the magic even had a time limit. Time limit. Like, bitch, the goddamn party don't end till 3 in the morning. Why do I got to leave the party at midnight? And I can't even get 10 minutes after midnight? Bitch, I got to leave at 11:30 just so I could be safely at home when I turn back into my rags and my pumpkin turns back into a mouse or a roach or whatever the fuck it was. So I guess I'm saying, ladies, get this motherfucking imaginary Disney shit out of your mind. Because, see, if you would have done it the right way, you would have gotten it out early on. So by the time you're 30, you would have understood more about the real world. And when I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the world, I'm talking about as it relates to relationships with other people, whether it's man or woman or whatever, right? We But I'm finding that because some of y'all stunted, and it is called stunted in your growth, right? You're not understanding, may not be even understanding what I'm saying, because you stunted, you stuck. And the reason you're stuck is because you didn't evolve, you didn't get into these relationships young that were lasting, where you will learn certain things, mostly about yourself, your worth, as it relates to this world in which we live in. Let me shout out because I did get a cash app, y'all. Hold on. I wanted to do music when I read it. That's why I didn't read it right away. But I don't want the person to think that I don't appreciate it. I do. Let me let's see. Um I don't wanna, let me look in the chat. Because I don't like calling out people's names. Let me see what the name is in the chat. I'm sorry, I didn't say nothing to the room because I didn't come to the room. I apologize to everybody. This story, I knew it was gonna be a long story, but it's gonna be a good story, and it's gonna have a lot of details in it. And y'all know I ramble a little bit, but I promise you, it's all gonna connect back to the Kegels and the exercising, okay? But there's a lot of things inside of that, right? Because we do have women who are like 30, 30 plus, and they are looking for men who gonna love them for their brains. And what, and so I'm about to explain how that makes no sense, because he don't see your brain, right? He don't see your brain. And not only that, but your brain has, it changes as it should, right? Um, and we are in a generation of societal generation of people thinking. They're thinking, and that's a good thing, but they're overly thinking, because you, life doesn't work where you can set a map and put the plans. Like, I'm gonna do step one, I'm gonna do step two, like that in that book with the Kegel exercises, where they actually told me, hey, do this. And start off where you squeeze and you hold it for like 30 seconds, and then by at the end of the exercise, and though when I build up the muscle more and more, I will be able to sit here and hold that squeeze for a minute, and then relax, and continue to do that, right? That's muscle memory, if I'm correct. That's how they muscle memory. Remember I said, for since I was younger, and definitely when I realized how beneficial this was, like, it was automatic. My body does it automatic. Now, I'm gonna get to the good and the bad with that, but I have a lot of stories in between that, right? So, muscle memory, um, actual learning from your mistakes, right? What did I learn from them Kegels? How did those Kegels help me in relationships? And how is it bad? And now that I'm 50, remember I started out by telling y'all my age, because it's going to all relate, I promise. Okay? I promise. So, anyway, we have women who truly still think of Disney, and you think they're going to be a Prince Charming who's going to come. And notice that his name is Charming, right? And charming has nothing to do with your actions, right? Charming doesn't mean that you make six figures. Charming doesn't mean that you have education. Charming don't mean, it don't even mean how you look. Charming just means respectful. He's charming. And it could be a fake falsetto, right? It could be something that he just puts on, an act of being charming. He may only be charming to certain people. And everything I say about heat, bless for the men, I want you to know it could be in the reverse. So please don't take that I'm talking about a he. That means I'm just saying men, y'all. Okay, I'm a woman. I'm a woman, so I'm saying he because I relate to a man, right? I've never been interested in women sexually or dating. And therefore, I'm not going to say she. It's going to be automatically a he. But a woman could be charming for a moment, but just a particular person. Just, so it's the same. Okay? So I'm not just thinking these men be all Obama, all she do is talk about men. No, I keep saying it works both ways, but I am a woman. I don't know what's wrong with like y'all just want me just to attack women. I am saying it's both, and it's not even an attack. See, an attack is me getting up here and making up shit, making up lies. But I'm actually giving you some advice from my experience. And then also from what I see. And everything I say isn't 100% to nobody. It's just my viewpoint. That's it. Okay. But anyway, so I'm saying though to women, and when I say to women, I am not judging you. I am telling you my experience. That means me too. I am a woman just like you are. I like I said, it was cartoons for us and books. And they've been read. My mom was reading me those fairy tales since I was young. I started to read them myself when I got a little older. But as you can see, and I mentioned based on my story, you can see it based on my story, but I mentioned that I started reading other books. I told you I was sneaking the books. It's not like my parent or my aunt gave me that book. That book was in the living room. I saw it. I grabbed it to sit on the in the bathroom. See, I mentioned all of that. I knew I was doing something wrong. Or should I say not something right. I didn't think I can get that book, go sit at the kitchen table and just read that book. And people just bypass me and oh, what you're reading. And they would have been okay with it. I don't think they would have been okay with it. I'm not when I speak on this shit, I'm not judging anyone. I'm telling you from my standpoint of what I've done. I'm not even saying I regret it. I'm just saying what I've done and what I've learned from my experience of doing shit. That's it. Take it how you want it. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just giving information. But take it for what you want. But sometimes, y'all know we've heard that people get stunted in their growth, right? For example, a young person who gets attacked at a very young age. They have learned that there's a stunt in growth of certain things based on some things that could have happened to you due to trauma. Okay. So, although I wouldn't consider not getting in relationships early, I wouldn't consider that trauma. But what I would consider that to be is that if you don't have certain experiences, then you never have those experiences. And if you, the earlier you have certain experiences, the earlier you will learn how to react to those experiences. The later you learn those experiences, now you're later in life and you're what we would consider behind the curve, where somebody at 20 learned this. Most people at 20, you're learning it at 30. When some people learn some shit at 25, you're learning it at 35. You are actually behind the curve. And that's is that a negative thing? No, but what it is though, it means that you are at an age through societal terms when you're 35, you're mentally or experienced through your experience, you're only 25. 25-year-olds have learned something that you haven't learned yet at 35. That's all I'm saying. Okay. You could take that for how you want. You could take that whether that's positive or negative. But what I will tell you is this. We have a lot of people who think because you have a lot of information from a lot of different people, the people aren't being honest. See, that is what is so disturbing to me. See, I don't care if a man get on here and tell his experience about how a woman robbed him, how she hurt him, right? I think that's a great thing. I'm not talking about him getting robbed or anything. I'm talking about him telling his story, right? We all can hear it and we can learn from it, right? The other men can learn from it. Other women can learn from it as well. She can learn that, oh, look how this affected someone. This might not be something I want to do. Or she can learn that, shit, that's how she got away with it. Hey, maybe I'll do that. Like we can learn, right? Whether good, bad, indifferent, you can learn. The problem is we have too many people lying about their story. Can you imagine buying a book that's supposed to be, whether it's supposed to be fiction or nonfiction, right? Either one. You read it because you want to hear the real stories. The book was good. You like, wow, this is what happened in the 1900s. This is what happened in the, to somebody. This is their viewpoint of the world around them at this time. And it's supposed to be real, right? It's supposed to be real. And then you find out that it wasn't real. How would you feel about it? Because you've learned something. You think you've learned something that could benefit you. It gave you some insight on how the world used to be. And was it good or bad or indifferent, right? And you're thinking, wow, we need to go back to that time. Because that sounds like a time that I would have actually enjoyed. I would have prospered. I would have been able to move forward. I would have did this. I would have did that. And then you find out that this is nothing but a fairy tale. And that's what's going on here on the internet, not just on YouTube, not just in this space. This is going on. Falsehoods, lies being told. Men are talking about, yeah, I experienced this, and they're lying. At first, they was at least admitting that I have a friend of a friend, my cousin's best friend, sister, did this. She took the man, she took him, his kids from him, right? And then everybody like, wow. We women be like, yeah, he must have did something. Because see, we know the law, right? We know that these men are lying about the law. They're lying. The reason they're lying is because they asses got the story from somebody else. That's why they don't know they lie. These men, have you ever in this space, there's so many men who stand on some shit. Yeah, Bob, she took my kids from me, Bob. Just because she's a woman, she got the kids, Bob. And I'm like, nigga, you lying. Come to find out this nigga ain't even had no fucking kids. They were just lying about the whole story. But he thought he could get away with it because, first of all, he thought he was telling the truth. He thought the story he got from other people was true. And that's why you men don't understand what women are saying in this space, that we know that you're lying. Because the shit that you're saying isn't, and has never been. Can you imagine when these niggas, I've been telling them for years that men have been controlled. Men used to get them children and still do. And then they said, but black men that was out our household. Yes, because they left. And which household, nigga? Which household, nigga? Which household, nigga? Because when you find out that your grandpa had your grandma and your aunts and your mother and shit, and then you find out your grandpa had other fucking women pregnant. Which household, nigga? Which one? So when I go in, and I've been telling these men for years, you are lying. Men have always had the rights to take children. Women had no rights. They had no money. That's why the men was, I want my child. Did y'all know that a man was able to get the children right off the bat? The children was for him. Did y'all understand that's why we take your last name, nigga? The woman loses all of that. She loses all of that when she gives up her family name. See, what you don't understand is, just like you proud of your last name, nigga, I was proud of my last name. See, because that's how we was raised. So, yeah, every motherfucking person with my last name, we knew that was our last name, baby. You couldn't tell Ferguson not a fucking thing. Oh yeah, you Ferg. Oh, I know you Ferg's niece. Oh, you Ferg. Nigga, I grew up knowing nothing but my last name and being proud of it. It was a representation of my fucking family. And because I was a woman, when I got married, I was supposed to drop it like it didn't mean shit to me. Can you imagine me growing up and my mom, my dad especially, oh, you a Ferguson. Oh, you a Ferguson. All them Ferguson girls, all of them beautiful. Oh, yeah, oh, that's a Ferguson. And because I chose a fucking man who thought I was strong and beautiful, all that shit that I've been told about Fergusons, right? I was told all that shit. And now I found a man who loved all that shit. And then I got to drop the Ferguson. And just imagine that, because I did not appreciate jumping from my last name to a new last name. That's the first thing they do with women, take our identity from us. Soon as you get married. Oh, baby, it's a mental fuck for those of us who was proud of our fucking family name. I come from a family of families, and baby, we are close. And I chose this man, and I had to squabble with that mentally. Like, damn, what I do? Like, I love this name. I've been rocking this name since birth. You men don't have to go through that. And then even for a moment, when you realize you might marry an educated woman who don't want to give up her name, now there have been men who have decided not to marry the woman because she decided she's not going to take his last name. And that's wild. That's how they strip us. They start stripping us. He proud of his name, but she is proud of hers too. Woo, baby. Anyway, see, it might look like I'm going after the women, but I'm not going after nobody. I'm not going after men nor women. I am just giving information. These men talk about how so you have always had the power to keep them fucking kids. Now, there are many stories where the wife tries to take the children, the police are called, and she cannot take them children. I'm talking about back in the day that y'all claim it, and it's still that way today. These men are y'all lying, right? Um, and then he tells her to get out because she wants to get out anyway, right? She wants to get out. She can't stay because remember he could beat her, and it could be legal. It was legal for him to beat her, so she don't want to get beat, so she leaves. But she can't take them fucking kids because he told her you could go, but you ain't taking these fucking kids. And so she goes, and she cannot take them kids. And then check this shit out. I'm about to give y'all another piece of information. That if he wanted to, he could have gave them kids away. He could have got another family to adopt them fucking kids, and ain't shit she was able to do. Because if you don't understand, when they take away our identity, and then our children automatically become his through your last name. Back then, she ain't got no money. She ain't got no place to stay stable. He ain't divorced her yet, so she's stuck in that position. And so imagine going to court and saying, Judge, I could take the children. He don't want them. He's adopting them out. And the judge said, well, ma'am, how you going to take care of the children? You don't even have a place to stay. That's yours. Well, I'll figure it out. The gavel goes down and them children are being adopted. She can't even prove that she could be stable enough to take care of them kids. So these lies these men tell about a time frame that they know nothing of, just to make their fucking line as points, is ridiculous. It's getting old. I figured I would give them a little information and they'll go and search it up. But no, because see, there's no reason for me to lie. There's no reason for me to lie. Some of them, the smart ones, probably have looked it up and found that I was telling the fucking truth. These black men for years been talking about how women always had the upper hand. When did women have the upper hand? You lying ass little motherfucker. Ain't never. The only upper hand we got today is not even an upper hand. It's just a step up from the bullshit position we used to be in. We're just stepping up. We're getting a little more equal. People are really paying attention. But still today, men are running this motherfucker country. You're the ones who putting the laws in place. You talk about how you could get divorced. Men wanted to get divorced. Men wanted to get divorced. Like, there's no reason for divorce to exist, right? Except for men when they decide they no longer want to be attached to this woman, the woman who's already had his children. He didn't want to do like kings used to do, right? When a king didn't want her anymore, what he would do? Chop her head off, kill her, throw her in a dungeon, and remarry. Right? Oh, in case y'all don't know, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So instead of killing the woman, they figured we got to come up with some way where we can erase this. We can make it seem like this never happened. We can get rid of this. But then society said, well, she's still a woman and you got to take care of her. She didn't have your children. So if you want to go and restart your life, cool. We're going to have something called divorce. But you still got to take care of this over here. Because otherwise, we're going to have a society of a whole lot of women with children and nobody taking care of them. And so the men was willing. Okay, I'll still take care of her, but I want to go here. Okay, cool. Divorce. Then women started standing up and saying, well, Your Honor, he's over there living in this huge ass house and they got all these cars. Me and my son over here in this house that's falling apart and we barely can eat. If I could prove that he's the one who wanted the divorce, if I could prove that he did something, he's the one who did this, Your Honor. He told me he the one who broke the vows, Your Honor. He the one who did it. So it used to be a time where if she could prove that he's the one who broke the vows, she would get more. Not 50%, upwards 60, 70% of everything he made. And women was okay still getting married knowing this. Because I'm going to be with him forever. He's the one who didn't want to be with her forever. And y'all got to understand, we're not even talking about regular people. It's something how the stories that I'm telling and the stories that actually have formed our legal system and justice system and shit like that. It wasn't from regular fucking everyday people. It's always with somebody of affluency, right? Who had money. People come from these huge wealthy families because that's where you are getting this money from. That's where all of these things and these type of people have formed our systems, not regular people. They don't give a fuck what you doing, poor ass nigga. You got married. You too poor to be going somewhere else. You too poor. And mostly that's how it was. Motherfucker was just cheating, but the whole family had to come around and take care of the family. That's how y'all know who the other family members are when your grandpa and shit was cheating, right? Because see, my grandpa had a whole nother family. And the reason it was known, especially to the children, is because my grandfather's mother took care of her. See, she was taken from her family, from her mother, even by my grandfather's mother. The men had so much power that he can take them fucking kids from women and give them to his parents. That's for the ones who want to do that, especially for the women. If the women was like, she just didn't have nothing, she needed help, she didn't have nothing. So the men was able to grab them women up. In fact, he was supposed to, but in order to keep this a secret from my grandmother, my great grandmother raised her. Ain't that something? My great grandmother raised her. These fucking laws is based on men, and they are built on affluent men, men of means. That's why they don't help you. It's not because the woman has taken something from you. It's because it was never meant for you. It was never meant for you. And then the men, after a while, with she could get more money if she could prove that I did this and I did that, right? And then he didn't want everything to be known to everybody. He wanted to keep everything shh, right? Like, for instance, a wife goes, she files for the divorce, or she filed for the divorce saying, look what he did, Your Honor. He came over here and gave me this disease. This is proof. This is proof, right? And he don't want nobody to know that. So now they got a divorce where how you said the word, irreconcilable differences. That means they don't need no documents in the divorce, giving no details. Did y'all know that's what that meant? Did you know men put that forward? Yeah. Because, see, when you file for a divorce, it's public record. And that means everything that somebody is claiming that you've done to them is in that public record. It's in that record. And there's men who did not want that to be a part of the record. And so now there's another thing added where we could get divorced without any of these details being shared. That's it. He don't want that on the record. He don't want his employers to find out. He don't want maybe his next wife to be able to go and retrieve that information and find out. He don't want the court to know that he was beating this woman. He don't want nobody to know that he was beating this woman. He don't want his next wife definitely to know he beat her. He don't want none of that out there. And so now, yeah, you could get a divorce without giving any of the details. It's going to be quicker. So the woman, she agreed. She's still going to get half, and she going to get it quicker because he agrees. All that other shit, she got to get private investigators. She got to get people to back up what she found or what she said. Like, it's a whole drawn out. Y'all have never heard that? It could take years to get divorced at one point. Years. And now it doesn't take but a year, depending on what type of divorce you file for, which one the judge grants. If I decide, nah, nigga, I'm okay with us fighting this shit out for years. I want everybody to know what you did, nigga. So I decide I don't want just that basic, plain, irresolvable differences divorce. Nah, we going into details. That's what I want. And then his ass don't want that. He's like, we got to go before the judge and plead our case. And I got to explain why I want this type of divorce versus us just getting this type of divorce. Did y'all know that? Yeah, people don't even fucking know that. Two people can agree to get divorced, it'll be quick like this. One person could be against the divorce and it's gonna take a little longer. It's all kinds of different things you got to do. Different types of divorce. And it does depend on the state you in and the country you in, shit like that too. Some states only do one type of divorce, or should I say two types of divorce. But these men get on here and they claim that women are just getting divorced for no reason. And they're claiming that we are the ones divorcing at the highest rate. Women. And I'm like, yeah, because a woman have options, right? So let's say I get divorced, and the truth is, it won't, if I was just looking for another man or somebody else to come in and take care of me or whatever, right? The chances of me being able to get married again is the chances is higher than a man. And so I'm married. We broke up. We've been, let's say we've been separated for years. And then I meet a man. And this man says, hey, what's up with that divorce? He don't even take no serious steps towards me because I'm married. And then I'm like, okay, well, I could file. Other men have helped women get divorced. Did y'all know that? That they'll pay for it. So I guess these men, they don't realize that the marriage was over a long time ago. This man is out there making new families. He's just not committing to nobody. And that's his excuse. His excuse to not even commit to a woman is because he could say, well, I'm already married. She won't divorce me. She won't divorce me. Because he could be out there dangling his pee on the hook, as Vic Hart would say. You know, he got that dry hook. He got a dry hook. Ain't no ring on it. All he laying down this pipe. He ain't feeding nobody. He ain't trying to commit to nobody. And he could go from woman to woman. He goes to this woman, and then when she gets serious, he's like, oh, I'm already married. She won't give me no divorce. And then the woman says, well, look, I can't do this. No, we already been in this relationship 5 years. I'm not getting no commitment. You keep saying because you're married, but you could have got divorced. And then she leave him alone. He go to another one. He could do another 5 years with this woman until she not putting up with it and go to another woman. And he's good with it. Because see, he don't want to get married again anyway. And he still gets to have ladies and women taking care of it. Okay? And I'm not, when I say taking care of him, I don't mean just taking care of him with money. I'm talking about these women will be there and be his mate until they get fed up with him not being willing to marry her. The men, on the other hand, y'all are a little more stern. If you like somebody and want to be with somebody, and she tells you she's married, you're like, look, uh, we're gonna take this another step. You got to get that divorce. And the woman will be like, I don't have the money, and he'd be like, well, we could do it. We'll do it together. And there's men who will pay for the divorce. I ain't paying for no niggas divorce. Most women not paying for no other nigga divorce. But they got some who may help him pay for a divorce. But I wouldn't do it, ladies, if I was you. Because as soon as you pay for this nigga divorce, y'all end up breaking up that nigga on to the next one. See, because he ain't never really want to marry you anyway. And you just helped him free himself. And he never wanted to marry you. So that means you gonna keep asking him about marriage, and he just gonna Not marry you. You gonna get on this nerve and he gonna go to somebody else. He never wanted you to marry you. He never wanted to do that. I got examples of this shit. I can tell you their names. We could pull up divorce papers that never existed, which means we can't pull them up. I had an uncle and aunt who was married their whole life. They died. Oh, and let me tell you something. I think who died first? My aunt died first. No, no, no. I'm sorry. My uncle died first. My uncle died first. He was living with a woman for 15 years. They had grandchildren together who was older. They had grandchildren damn near my age. They were younger than me, but maybe about 5 years younger than me. And my cousins, his children, are just like one of them is younger than me. They're the same age as my brother, which means 2 years younger than me. And the two girls, my cousins, are older than me. One of them is the liar that I mentioned earlier, right? And the oldest, she might be like 6 years older than me. But anyway, long story short is my cousin, my aunt, they never got divorced. My uncle and my aunt, and he had then went through a couple of women throughout his time. He just been passed maybe for about a little less than 10 years now, I think. Okay, but he passed, and he was living with a woman for 15 years, 15 plus years, 15 plus years. They had children on that side calling him grandpa. Everything. And you know when that man died, everything in that fucking house, everything he owned, you know who got that shit? My aunt. Hadn't laid with him in 40 something years. She hadn't been in the bed with him. I don't even think they had even, because he beat her. He used to beat her, right? When she walked away, she walked away. Um, and everything that was in his name belonged to her. Y'all sit here, some of you women say, well, what if I don't believe in marriage? No, that's what these men told you. But if you don't believe in marriage, that's almost like you saying you don't believe in protecting yourself, because that's what marriage come with. I'm only talking about, like, what, you gonna live with a man and let him live with you forever? And when he gets sick, his family comes and take everything out your fucking house? You better do your research. His mother, his sister, his brother. If his mother's already passed, his sister and brother is the owner of everything in your fucking house. And then some of these men are lie. And they'll say, well, I got paperwork. I have a will. You never hear family members contesting wills? You never hear that? Them motherfuckers come and take everything out your house. You'll have to sue them to get it back. And then they could contest it. Yeah, they could contest it. I mean, you ain't hear what happened to Michael Jackson, Prince. Like, Michael Jackson had children. Michael Jackson had children. So they got everything. If he didn't have children, even if he was with a woman living with her, she wouldn't have got, they would have took that shit. People talking about, I don't want the government involved. What they're saying is they don't want the legalities involved. Y'all need to understand what people are saying. Don't let the word government confuse you. What they mean is legalities, the legal system. They don't want that involved. Why wouldn't you want the legal system involved? That is what protects you. That's what protects you. Anyway, we're going to get back to this Kegel story because I'm only saying these things because, see, these are things you would have learned early on. You would have figured out by the time you're 30, ain't nobody would have been able to confuse you about the legalities of marriage and not married. And yeah, should I let this nigga tell me he gonna be in a spiritual relationship? Should I let this nigga think that, well, even though I'm a strong woman, um, that he could be a house husband? If you don't want no house husband, then he shouldn't be no house husband. If you okay with a house husband, let the nigga be a house husband. But do not let that nigga uh, convince you that he don't believe in legalities. He don't believe in the law. He don't believe in protection by telling you, oh, why we got to get the government involved? His ass know you slow. Or that nigga himself might be slow. Cause he listened to slow ass niggas who ain't telling the truth. Show me a guy on this bitch who have, instead of getting married, he's went and done all those paperworks that this man say that they say they can do instead of getting married. Show him to me, tell him about me, and I'll set up an interview. And I promise you, I'll prove you that he's lying. That he's lying. And then if you're talking about wealthy men, well, if it's so motherfucking true, what the fuck you saying? Why are these wealthy men having to give out 50%? Why didn't they be as smart as you, little nigga? They got money, they got lawyers, and yet you claim that for some reason, what they did, you doing it so much better. They the ones with the lawyers. They the ones who would have been like, oh, instead of marrying her, talk her into a binding contractual type of relationship. And then what you could do, she'll never be able to take half. She'll never be able to do it. Because that shit don't exist what these men over here are saying. And people not using their brains. People not using their brains. They got a lot of millionaires giving up half. Why didn't they conclude what these lame ass niggas are gonna conclude? Why didn't they have a lawyer to say, hey, you ain't even gotta get married to me. Y'all can have a party, a celebration to last throughout the year. So take your ring finger and his ring finger too. Go down the aisle, but never say that you do. Come on now. Celebration. Don't get married, but celebrate tonight. Hey, hey, hey. Celebration. Nigga, don't get married, but have a good time. It's time we come together. Don't get a priest. What's your pleasure? Do not marry that motherfucker. No, no. Listen, I sit here and I listen and listen. I be on these panels. And I know sometimes it may sound like I'm speaking in code because I be thinking that people got to know what I know. You have to understand. I be thinking you understand what I'm saying, but apparently it sounds like code coming from me. And so what I'm saying is I cannot fucking believe that in just like 5 years, because see, the talking points on this platform has changed and changed and changed. It evolves or devolves, right? At one point, the men are talking, they telling you, yeah, I like little girls, right? But they not calling them little girl. But they were saying, yeah, yeah, it's her. They were saying it was her fault. They were saying it's her fault. Now they, I don't even. They don't worry, they gonna get back there when they get caught. I put up videos of niggas I know in this area who done got caught. I'd be shocked when we could catch them on video. But yeah, they got a lot of people out here catching these little niggas. These niggas out here doing wow. Especially when they catch a black one, because they've been catching them white ones for a long time. It's these niggas. Nobody really looking at you like that. So if you get caught up in this thing, nigga, that's because you probably been doing it for a lot. You were doing it so much that you by the probability, just by the percentage alone, you got caught. Because they're not, there's a lot of people not looking at our community. They say we not looking at it and we don't care about it. So they don't care about it. These niggas get caught when they go out for them little white girls. They not get caught for being with no little black girl. No, nobody got no sting with no little black girl. They say we don't care, so they don't care. See, we the ones who going to put that in effect. They other races of people shouldn't be putting that in effect for us. But then, so the ones who get caught, they going after them little white girls, nasty little motherfuckers, messing with little kids. Anyway, let me get back to my Kegel story. Okay, so my Kegels, right? So women say they want men to want them for their brains. That's what you say. Yeah. Look, I remember me thinking that way when I was young. It, yeah, for my brain. Oh, I want you. Do you love me for me? Yeah, I love you for you. While he rubbing on my butt. Right? He rubbing on my butt. He looking me in my face. He love my eyes. He love my face. He's kissing me on my nose and telling me he love my nose. He rubbing me on my butt. You know what? He not rubbing my brain. He not rubbing my brain. Um, yes, but he love me for my personality? Yeah. I mean, he liked me for that. Yeah. He figures I like her. She's funny. She this, she that. But the truth is, he liked those things, yeah. But what he really like is he's rubbing on my butt, right? Like when we had that intimate exchange, and there's some things that I learned with those Kegels, you know, and I use them to my advantage. And I was learning myself, right? That's what I'm saying. I was learning too. I was like, yeah, I've been doing these exercises, and I really didn't even realize I was doing the exercises while we was being intimate until he mentioned it. He asked me, whoa, stop doing that. And I'm like, doing what? He said, you squeezing and releasing. And in my mind, I was like, oh shit, I'm doing my Kegels. He was like, oh shit, don't do that. Don't do that. And I would do it more and more. See, now I've learned what that fucking book was teaching me. I learned it in real time. Cause he's like, don't do that, don't do that. Oh God, oh, no, 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 do that. And I'm like, do what? And then I would do it. Yeah. We like to think that your sex have nothing to do with the men you end up with. But it does. We like to think that just because we can have their children, that means something to them. But it don't. Not necessarily. These men not giving no fucks about what we talk about. This is not the generation of men who talk about I want to have a son and I'm gonna help raise him and he gonna be great. And no, that is not what we have because that was not taught. See, that wasn't pushed forward. That's a lost art. That being a father is lost to lots of us. And yet we women seem to not want to understand that. See, a man who didn't have a father, who did certain things with him, where would he learn to have that instinct? Where would he have seen that? This shit don't just come to you through the blue sky. And women, we believe in magic too motherfucking much. We believe in magic. See, these men like to say we emotional, but see, that's not it because they emotional too, right? Emotions is done through human, right? That's just what we have as human. What they really need to be saying is that your ass believe in magic. You believe in magic. You believe that a man who never had something would just automatically be able to get it. Where would he get it from? How would he learn it? How did he even know he missed it if he never had it? He don't even know that you expect it because you ain't even telling, right? Unless you yourself have it to even share it with him. I'm married to a man whose father did not live in his house, right? And so I'm realizing that there's certain things that I think he should be doing that he's not doing. And instead of me complaining about it because he was the man going out and working, I stepped out there and did it. Like I'm the one at the beginning out there playing with the kids with the football. Or I'm the one who pushing and encouraging my husband to do it. I'm like, hey babe, look at him. Like I'm the one who pushing him to see that this is your son. See that? Come here, come hold him. Yeah, look at him. He look just like you. That's your son. Oh, yeah. Look at him. Go out there with him with the football. Like to me, that was natural because that's what I saw my dad do out there with my brother, right? Ever since I can remember. So I'm not saying that I became the man. I'm saying that I became the encourager. I am the persuader. I am the one who's saying, I'm the one who's saying, hey, this, I didn't say, hey, my dad did this, but I was like, yeah, go out there. Yeah, he gonna be just like you. Go out there. And so there'll be some women say, I shouldn't have to do that. Yeah, there's a lot of things you shouldn't have to do. But you're gonna have to do it if you want it done. And if you don't do it, then it won't get done. Because see, there's no magic in this world. And if you don't know something, then you don't even know you should be doing it. And if you don't know how to do it, and then the man expect that you should just know it, he too is expecting magic. Unless he comes and express it to you, and he might even have to show you how to do it. It might be based on something he saw from his parents, or this. I hope the nigga didn't see it on TV because that's what's fucking up our whole community. Some motherfucking TV families. See, I told y'all I didn't look at a lot of TV, and then when I did see like the Huxtables, that family didn't look like my family. And you know, I'm gonna be honest, like there was nothing about that family that resembled my family. My mother was not no motherfucking doctor, and my dad wasn't no motherfucker, whatever Cliff was. I don't know. The only thing that possibly was even a little close was that uh, Cliff would cook. Now you notice that these men never talk. They'll talk about how we don't look like um, Claire or whatever fucking name was, right? I think that was her name. I'm not sure. But they'll tell us they can't tell a Claire Huxtable from a Sexy Red. But you know what? I can't tell these a Cliff Huxtable from these niggas. Cliff was cooking. Did y'all remember that? He loved to get on the grill. I remember this one show I saw. This nigga was because it was weird to me, but it was interesting to me, right? That's why it's in my memory that it was snowing. I don't even know where they were, but wherever the fuck they were, it snowed. I remember that because I remember this episode where he wanted to get on the grill. His dad can't come by, and he wanted to get on the grill, and so he was on the grill outside in the motherfucking snow. And to me, I never seen snow, and then but my dad would be out on the grill. That's the only thing that I ever saw that even looks like something like my family. That's the only thing. The motherfuckers, some of y'all who talk about the clucks, the Huxtables and shit like that, you are younger. You know, you looked at that shit in reruns, nigga. But I saw that shit was on TV live and just running for the first time for my generation. You saw that shit in reruns, okay? Unless you was really young, and therefore I tell you that you didn't know what the fuck you was looking at anyway. Because some of y'all just about maybe 8 years younger than me, 10 years at the most. The ones who like to talk about Claire Huxtable shit, right? Because the Gen Xers, um, not Gen Xers, I'm sorry, these millennials, the young millennials don't know nothing about that shit y'all talk about. They heard about the show. They may have seen it in reruns too. They had to see it in reruns, as a matter of fact. But for those of you who just about 10 years younger than me, if I'm looking at, if the shit is on TV when I'm about 16, 17, that means your ass is about 7 years old. So you need to sit the fuck down and go look at that shit again. Cliff respected his wife. He enjoyed the fact that she was educated. Cliff had no problem cooking. Cliff had no problem taking care of the kids. If he had to go in there and talk to them and be emotional with his daughters and or his son, that's what the fuck he did. So when y'all niggas want to compare this generation of motherfucking women, as y'all put it, against a Claire Huxtable, nigga, what you talking about? Claire Huxtable had daughters. And yes, based on the nigga who got caught up in some sexual harassment shit, now we talk about the real motherfucker. See, because y'all know him as famous as him being in the shows. My generation, though, remember Bill Cosby as a comedian. You see? Different generations saw different things. So when he brought out a show, I ain't giving no fucks about no show from no Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was the funny dude. He was the Kevin Hart of our time, kind of like. Imagine Kevin Hart making movies, which he does, right? Is Kevin Hart's movies that good? Or is his comedy better than his movies? So my generation thought that Bill Cosby as a comedian was better than his show. But we also remember, hey, 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 it's bad. And I want to talk to you. Some of y'all don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about right now. That is Bill Cosby, baby. That's Bill Cosby. That's the Bill Cosby I know. Growing up every Saturday morning and Fat Albert is on. That's created by Bill Cosby. And Bill Cosby has a fucked up sense of humor. Because I'm not sure if y'all seen Fat Albert, but that was a fat little motherfucker. And then they had the one, and so when that nigga started talking about how black people need to do this and do that, you got to be fucking kidding me. Not you, Fat Albert. So you see how something could be real, but from your vantage point, you can make up some fucking shit. So from my vantage point, I saw him before any goddamn Cosby show. I saw him before he could get on this bitch and start talking about how the black community is doing this and not doing that. And so it was not shocking that Bill Cosby would go to the Playboy house and get caught up with some drugs and them fucking white women. That wasn't shocked to my generation or the one before. My mom wasn't shocked about that shit. My aunts wasn't shocked about that shit. I wasn't shocked about that motherfucker shit. Only the next generation who only knew him for the Cosby Show. Y'all the only motherfuckers who, oh my God. And then talk about, he couldn't have done it. And the rest of us like, yeah, he could have done it. Of course he could have done it. What you mean he couldn't have done it? That was his lifestyle. He was a Diddy lifestyle nigga. What the fuck? Diddy being caught up in this shit? Does that shock me? Hell no. Saw the sign. Some of y'all, oh, Diddy couldn't have done it. Diddy could. Nigga, sit your ass down. What you mean he couldn't have done it? What you think because a man got money he couldn't have done it? Oh, you think because he black he couldn't have done it? Oh, I'm sorry, you're gonna be like what Jay Prince said. Well, he may have done it, but y'all don't want to go at the white man. So now we gonna let Diddy just tear up and tear through our community or whatever, fuck up, make our community look bad because we need to go after the white guy. We ain't going after nobody. I'm not the prosecutor. I'm not none of that shit. But I've always said it. And before I said it, my mama said it. Before my mama said it, my grandma said it. Before my grandma said it, my great grandma said it. Before my great grandmother said it, my grandfather said it. My grandfather, great great grandfather said it. Everybody said it. Like all through motherfucking history. What the motherfucker said is, what you done in the dark will come to the light, baby. You might have a good ride though. You could do a good 20 years getting away with shit. But baby, when it comes to smacking you down, ooh Lord. See, you know how when I was a kid, have I if you ask me if I ever stole something, I would be like, I wouldn't want to tell you the truth, but the truth is yes. I'm embarrassed about it as a young. I remember I had an aunt, right? I love my aunts. I love them all. We used to go there. My mom would drop us off there so we could walk to school because we no longer lived in that area, and my mom hadn't switched our school yet, and my mom didn't work that far, so we would catch the bus to my aunt's house. Me and my brother would have to be on the porch of my aunt's house. My aunt had this big ass water jug. Y'all know the water jugs that you put on top so you could squeeze and get the water out, right? Um, she had a big thing like that full of pennies. Full of pennies. I'm embarrassed about that shit today. Okay. But we was just in elementary school. I probably was like in third grade. And the school was selling candy. You know how they sell candy for like a bake sale, but it's candy, it's chocolate, right? Um, and they were 50 cent. Oh man, it was the big ass boys. 50 cent is a lot of money back then. And me and my brother, our ass is sitting on the porch counting out 50 cent and pennies. Not even our pennies. My aunt pennies. Sitting on the porch. We did I think I was stealing at the moment? I didn't. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. I was young. I think the reason I even remember that shit is because it was my aunt, who I loved to death. Yeah. So I've taken shit. Right? Um, why did I go into that story? Damn. So I guess what I'm saying is none of us are none of us are innocent about everything. They might be some look, there could be some people. Because it could be my thinking point because I have stolen before. It could be my thinking point that maybe most people steal. But the truth is, maybe not. Maybe some of y'all have never taken something that didn't belong to you. That could be true. So I'm not gonna say most of us have stolen. I'm only gonna speak for myself. Okay. And I say that though to say that none of us are, from my viewpoint, most of us have done something that we shouldn't have done. And it doesn't mean that it hurt somebody. Like me taking them pennies, I'm quite sure that didn't hurt my aunt. You know what I mean? It was pennies. We were kids. They was on the porch. They wasn't even like in the house. They was on the porch. And I'm quite sure she didn't miss a meal and or nothing like that. But it was not mine to take. It was hers. So you know what I mean? So I'm saying even something simple as that is something that I shouldn't have done. And so we like to look at these motherfucking famous people who was at one time not famous. They just like us. And my pennies, did it come to light? My pennies came to light because I brought it to light. It may have already been in the light. I was so young and we were so dumb. It may have already been known. See, we were young and dumb. Me and my brother. My brother younger than me. Okay. So what I'm saying, when you wealthy, right? And you do some shit and you get away with it. You become arrogant. You do it again. You do it again. You do it again. You do it again. This motherfucking dude, Diddy, was doing shit. And I'm not even talking about no sex parties. I'm talking about the shit that was foul, that was done to people at the sex parties. Nobody want to mention that Cassie has put it on record that he drugged her and forced her. And then these men say, well, how she was forced? What you mean how she was forced? We seen her get her ass beat by him. How we know that wasn't one of the times when it was gonna be a party? He's setting it up. He's telling her, "Yeah, you're gonna do this." And she, when he get in the shower, she says, "Nah, fuck this, I'm gone." And then he catch her ass, beat her ass, and took her back. You know, he didn't even beat her ass and leave her there so she could go by her way. Nah, he beat her ass and dragged her back. And you know what these niggas start talking about? Oh, she probably stole from him. Well, if he stole from him, why is he dragging her back? If somebody stole from me and I decide to go whip their ass, I'm going to stomp them out and then I'm going to leave them there so they could go about their motherfucking business. That nigga stomped her out and took her ass back with him. That's what he did. They said he did that also to the mother of his twins. The families come out. LB Shore says, hey, she was about to release a book. That's when she ended up dead. He says that she ended up dead and her laptop with the book on it comes up missing. Oh, Jesus Christ. You niggas not gonna talk about none of that though, but all you'll talk about is, oh, he can have parties. Oh, he got baby. Or, oh, them women wanted it because they went. Just because person attend a party don't mean shit. You know, people have attended my parties. And that doesn't give me the right to then say, oh, you here, bitch, and lock the door. And you came on your own. And now, yeah, we gonna do you to you as we want to. That don't make no motherfucking sense to nobody but you lame ass niggas. Just because I attend a party, just because I'm dressing sexy, doesn't mean shit. I still have the right to say no, to walk away, or I can even stay there and watch, but I don't want to participate because I got that right. And you don't have a right to take it from me and then claim, well, you came to the party. You had to know what's going to happen to you. You got to stop lying. You knew and you wanted it. Only sick motherfuckers think that way. That's why at first I thought these niggas was playing. I get on here and I'm thinking, they do not take these niggas serious. These niggas are dangerous. And I'm going to be honest. I'm about to say it. It's going to come out. It's going to sound bad. Some of you niggas need to be unalive. See, I'm no longer complaining about these niggas killing themselves no more. I think it's the way the world works. I think some of them don't belong here. Ain't no benefit for them being here. And so there's a group of them taking them out. Ladies, stop complaining about them taking themselves out. As you can see, some of these niggas don't belong here. I know that's harsh, but you know that's called that. You know the fittest survive, right? Only the fittest survive. You survive, right? My motherfucking ass had to figure out how to survive. Some of these niggas ain't figured out how to survive. That's it. They want to play games that they're not really fit for. You want to and then you playing the most dangerous game. Cause I don't know, TV. My God. Listen, oh my God. You know, my mom, when I was young, I think I told y'all this. My mom sat me and my brother down and she said, hey, this is TV. This is entertainment. Please don't confuse this with real life. she told me and my brother that. I'll never forget it. And then she allowed us to watch TV. She allowed us to watch TV. Ooh. If you are a parent and your children watch TV, you know you're not supposed to let them watch that TV without explaining to them that what they are seeing is not real life, right? Because if you don't, then they get confused. They think they're looking into the outside world. Ooh, baby. You know how confusing TV can be? I remember when one of my sons, we laugh all the time, me and my husband. There's a young man on YouTube. This happened, this gotta be like older than 10 years now, probably about 12 years, 14 years. But there's a young man on here who think he can super sing. Young black, and we joke all the time, me and my husband, and said that we joke with my son and said, "This look like you. This look like you." And one time, my son believed in magic. He was so funny. Um, he was like eight, 8 years old. He's like, "Mom, I'm gonna have magic," and I was wondering where he get that from. And then I started to pay attention a little bit to what they were watching. Oh, what I learned, baby, it shocked the fuck out of me. I'm thinking my kids looking at something called the Disney Channel, and I didn't know that these motherfucker cartoons were not for children. I told y'all one day I passed by the room, the cartoon was cussing. I think it was called American Dad or some shit. As far as I was concerned, that shit was cartoony. That motherfucker is talking about titties and ass, and I was like, wait a minute, what the hell going on? See, generation change. There ain't no way in hell that shit would have been on TV for me. And even now, as an adult, when we look at the cartoons that even were for me, we can see the in your windows, but they, as an adult, you can see them, but as a children, you don't. As a child, you don't. But by the time my kids and I passed, they was outright cussing. My son though thought he could be magical, and I had to sit down with him. Like, babe, no, you're never gonna be magical in that sense like that. He was looking at something called Goku, I think, or Goku. I don't know what the name of it is, but I remember him loving Goku. Goku. And apparently Goku is one way 1 minute, and then I guess when he get angry or some shit, I'm not sure. He then gets powerful. And he started glowing or some shit. Right? Um, I'm thinking that was just like a little kung fu little cartoon or some shit. My son thought he could be magical. And I had to, and I was like, no, you're never gonna be magical. That's not really a thing. You could be powerful in how you think and use your words, and you can get your education and do things like that. You can be an inventor, you can one day be the president. Like I'm talking to him like that, but he's talking about magic. I'm like, nah, you're not gonna be magical, baby. It was so cute, y'all. It was so cute, but I'm a mother and I have a responsibility. I'm a parent. I can't let him be on the internet thinking that as long as he keeps screaming, he gonna start glowing and actually end up with some power. I'm gonna see if I can find that video real quick. I can't in good conscience be that type of parent. You can only have so many make believe motherfucker shits that you think it's real. Nah, black man, young black, future black man, you cannot be thinking that you're gonna one day have this power. Um, boy, super saying. I think I showed this before. Me and my husband, this little boy looked like my son at one time. We laugh and we still laugh at this shit when we see it. Let me see. It says 11 years ago. Here we go, y'all. Look at this shit. Can you imagine me coming home?
What's up, YouTube? This is something that's been on my heart for a long time. And, All I ever wanted to be in life was a Super Saiyan. You know, ever since I was a kid, I used to always look up to Goku and Vegeta, Gohan. I used to just look at them and just wonder, like, how come I'm just a human being, you know? I'm so worthless. Oh, what can I do? I can run, I can jump, I can flip. And it's just like, we are so limited as human beings. And I just feel like when I see superheroes, you know, why can't we be that exciting and that awesome? Like, why can't I wake up and if I'm late for school, just teleport there and be on time? But I feel like, you know, during that time of meditation and just thinking about it, I realized something. All of that is possible and more. It's all in here. It's all in your mind.
Okay. You see what he just said? That's how we educate our fucking kids. We tell them, you can do it. You can do it. All you got to do is put your mind to it. You can do it. You can do it. Put your mind to it. You can do it. You can do it. Put your mind to it. And they listen to us. But we talking in code. I'm not lying. My son was younger than him, maybe about the same age. How old he look? He looked like he could be like 12, 13 here. I might be wrong. I'm bad with that because I would have to see him stand up, right? But my son, it reminded me of him that day when he told me he believed in magic. I think he was like 10, 11 years old, 12 years old, maybe at the most. And I was like, nah, babe. Like, and I have been telling him, hey, you could do it. Just put your mind to it. But then I realized, okay, there's some other shit going on. They exposed to some shit I don't know nothing about. That's I'm confused because even Goku or whatever, these motherfuckers don't look like human beings. So how in the hell our little human beings thinking that they could be cartoonish, you know? And I'm like, okay, I gotta let me sit down and talk to him. I sat on his bed, hugged him. Nah, baby. You can put your mind to. You could be the look. He gonna be able to be the president of the United States before he turn into Goku. So here we go.
Think about anything that you ever tried to do. You thought to yourself, man, I could never do that. But then when you practiced it, guess what? You got better at it and you actually achieved it, didn't you? It's the same thing when you look at superpowers. Of course, it sounds absurd when you first look at it, but if you try it, you know, if you actually set your mind to it and believe, you can achieve it. I saw a Chinese man set a piece of paper on fire with just the power of his hands. Now you gonna tell me that was fake? No, it wasn't fake. He channeled that energy from within and he believed and he channeled that energy through the creation of his mind, of what his mind believed and what he spoke into existence of the power that he had. You understand what I'm saying?
No, we don't. So he remember the internet is now here, and they don't understand because they're young that everything they see isn't real. And that's why you tell your kids that, hey, just because you see it on TV or now the internet doesn't make it real. I can't even imagine like my grandson's generation, because now we got AI. They're gonna make it even more confusing because people gonna have shit and edit shit the way they want it to be, and it's gonna look even more real. But it's important that we express to our kids that just because they see it with their own eyes on the internet doesn't make it real. And then you tell them, hey, if it's so real, why you don't see it in actual real everyday life? Like if these people have magic, then why aren't they doing this, that, and third? Why aren't they, going around where we all can see it? You got to come up with a way to express to them that it's a lot of bullshit. This is no different than TV. The internet is no different than TV now. You don't know who telling the truth, who lying. You just don't know. And even though somebody looked like, oh, she looked like she couldn't be my grandmother, she looked like somebody, I don't know if I should believe her. And I say, yes. You don't know if you could believe it. And maybe you shouldn't. Okay? Here we go.
I feel like anything that you set your mind to, your mind will, your mind can create that force. Because your mind is just this powerful machine that is, whatever you set it to and you believe and you work towards achieving it, you can do it. You can do it. And I believe I can be a Super Saiyan. So this is my first time exposing this side of me to the world. And I know a lot of y'all laughing, but people who really, that are on my level of intellect, they understand what I'm saying, and thank y'all for understanding.
See how you gotta be on his level of intellect as like an 11-year-old. He looked like, I don't think he looked 11 yet, but he around that age, between 9 and 12. He's somewhere around there, right? Please don't be older than that. Please don't be older than that. Here we go.
And I'm gonna attempt to go Super Saiyan on film, and I'm gonna upload it to YouTube. This is my first attempt, and I'm believing, and I'm gonna create that energy and channel through my mind. Now, I might not turn full Super Saiyan, I might turn full Super Saiyan, or you might just see a glimpse of it, of that power. But this is my first attempt. I'm gonna turn the music on. Super Saiyan 3 Goku theme. This is it. Alright. Alright.
Okay, I turned the music off. Look at his eyes. God damn.
My name is Jalen, and I am a Super Saiyan.
This shit was funny as fuck. If I'm correct, just like the first or second thing to ever go viral on YouTube, what they consider viral, there's a lot more of this shit happening. God damn. Y'all saw his eyes in the beginning. People edited and all kinds of shit. Let me see. Oh my God. Okay. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Now, see, now this is the thing, right? Somebody edit this, and added the effects to it, and my grandsons gonna see this, and they could possibly believe that he really ended up putting his mind to it and ended up super saying, super sign, super whatever the fuck it's called, and that's the dangers of editing. That's the dangers of AI, because AI can make this look even better, make it look even more real. But this shit is crazy, baby. There you go. Is it to me? Thank you for the cash app the other day. Um I wanted to say that to you. I wasn't sure if you was here yesterday when I said that. Um Look, somebody say, and now he's red pill. I don't know. Cause he may have eventually got him a girl from this, and eventually had some great conversations with girls growing up. Like, for instance, my sons, they're not red pill. My sons love women. First and foremost, they love their mom, they love their grandmothers, they love, you know what I mean? So they have appreciation for them. They don't down put them and think just because they are women that they are lower class, right? That's a sure sign that you're not red pill. And then secondly, like, they have girlfriends who are just girls who are just friends, right? And that has always been going on. I had guy friends. I had guys who were just my friends. Today, though, these red pill, y'all make it seem like there's no way. There's no relationship between a young lady and a young man that's not sexual. And that's bullshit. It's been generations upon centuries and centuries of young women who had friends of the opposite sex, and there was no sex involved. Only in this bullshit ass black community here on YouTube, right? This manosphere space, do y'all spread those fucking lies. And that's what makes it dangerous. You wonder why women are stepping back? Why they now are voicing their opinion even though they know it's not a good opinion to put out? Because they're not giving a shit about you? Because you kind of have reduced us to nothing but vaginas. And you say it out loud. Women are hearing it, and now they're saying, I'm not dealing with that type of man. So I'm sorry, like, the joke might be seems simple to you that when you mention red pill, but no, that we know what red pill. You may not know what red pill is. Because it seems like a lot of you don't know. Even though you're in it. That's why you can claim that you're not in it when we know you're in it, right? It's a lot of you who don't know that you actually are in it. And then there's some of you who say things where it sounds like you in it, or like you saying that they're right. And if you ever say that a man who's in red pill is right, then that's why the women look at you and say, well, you one of them. That's why it's happening. That's why I think, like Sapase had mentioned, that somebody called him the rim brother. I think he said that Brownsville called him a rim brother, and some of the women mess with him like he's a rim brother. Well, it's because, like, if you're saying, but aren't they right? And we're saying, well, no, they're not right. And listen, a man who is red pill and a man who's not, y'all can agree on some things. But you can't then tell everybody you agree with the red pill guys. You have essentially put yourself with them, because we already know that men are men, and y'all gonna have some things in common no matter what you are or what your beliefs. A non-Christian and a Christian man, y'all gonna have a lot of beliefs together, right? It doesn't mean that if you start saying, well, I agree, I'm a non-Christian, but I agree with the Christian, right? You can agree with the Christian. But if you start saying, but isn't he right? And you don't break down what point you talk about he's right on, then now it sounds like you are the Christian, or you're leaning towards the Christian. because you agreeing with the Christian. I think some of y'all don't know what, like, when we having these conversations, how women, see, we are logical. See, men are the ones who not being logical. For some reason, I don't know why you're like, they didn't convince you that it's true. I showed you scientific proof that it's not true. You're not more logical than women. Women are more logical. Why is a woman more logical? Because she's thinking about not just one thing. The men be like, oh, we are great because we think one way, we think one, we just want to see this, and then we come up with an answer. And we're like, if you don't look at everything, how can you come up with a fucking answer? That don't make sense. I heard that man Bolo TV say something, right? What he said was factual as far as what he was saying about the women and the men's brain. They only mentioned that after I mentioned. And I gave the link to show the proof. Which means when I put the link in the back and they clicked on it, they can't refute it. Scientific proof that men only think one way. That's why they say that you are good with putting shit together. You know what that means, though? If I tell you that you're good at putting shit together, that's what you're good at. That does not mean that you created it. That means somebody else had to create it. And then they gave you the blueprint so you could put it together. They say men are good with fine motor skills. That's what your brain has you good at. Fine motor skills. But you're not good at doing nothing but putting it together. A woman has to sit on side of you and read the instructions and tell you how to put it together. And what's weird about that shit is most of you men already know that, right? You don't want to read no directions. You look at it and you realize, okay, yeah, let me put this together. You grab the pieces. You don't even read the instructions to know what equipment you need. You don't care about that. You figure, oh, I'll go grab the hammer and get some nails. Oh, let me go get, you see some screws is with the kit. So you figure, oh, I'll just get a screwdriver that fit these nails. And then you start screwing shit together and then it doesn't work right. Oh, it'll stand up. Maybe. But the drawers won't go in and out if you put the chest of drawer together. The shit just not gonna work right, and it's all because you wouldn't read them instructions. And why is that? My husband is that way. My sons are that way. I'm not making up shit. I'm not lying. My dad was that way. My grandfather was that way. They're like, oh, the hell with these instructions. I'm a man. And then your shit don't come out right. And so I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm saying it's not what y'all men and these men have been lying and saying. Men are saying men built this country. Men, and then you go to find out what an engineer is, right? And then you find out, you probably automatically believe that it's men who are engineers, and then you're not gonna believe that there was fucking women right there. They were the mathematicians, and if you don't know what an engineer is, then you don't know just how valuable them fucking women have to do with them buildings that are built, them skyscrapers and them goddamn bridges and all that shit that you say men built, and then yet you don't know how important it was for the women involved in that. And black men should be ashamed, right? Because you're talking about the optics of shit. You actually talking about the lower class, right? And what do I mean by that? You're talking about the motherfucking construction workers that we can all see. But when you say this country was built, somebody had to design it, and you won't give credit to where credit is due. The women. The fucking women. Because you always want to put us in some kitchen cooking. And you never want to think about the mathematician, the ones who know how to do math that most of us don't know how to do. But it's the math that was needed to build those skyscrapers. It was the math that was needed to build those bridges that we still cross in our cars today. The math that was needed for the internet to exist. You wouldn't believe that it's a woman who created this, the things that we're on now. Without their what they put out there, there would be no other person to invent the other shit. It was a woman who invented how we can speak from computer to computer with using waves and shit. It was a woman who did that. You see? She had a patent for it in a whole nother country. And then it died down, right? They couldn't find a use for it. And then let's fast forward 80 years back, or rewind back, but it's forward for her, right? Back for us, forward for her, 80 years back. And you find that something she had already invented 30 years before is the reason why we have Wi-Fi. But she invented that shit damn near 100-something years ago. We use that shit today, and nobody want to give her credit. Y'all talk about, do you know what an engineer is? An engineer is somebody who, when they have to do calculations, the calculations is on the mathematician. Do you understand that the mathematician is the one who's going to tell you how many pounds per inch that can be used, what you got to use, how much steel or whatever product you use in order for 100,000 cars to go over this one bridge every day for the next 100 years. And that's not the people you see outside building that fucking bridge. Those people who building that bridge use instructions. That's right. There's a design that's there that they are just putting it together. You see the men who are doing the fine motor skills. They are the ones who somebody gave them the instructions to do. But the people who really built that motherfucking bridge is not the men that we see. It is motherfucking a group of men with some women right there doing that mathematician, that mathematician who's doing that work. Imagine being in a building doing a hurricane. And because the mat wasn't done, the home just blows away. That's what you would have if you just talked about the men who constructed the house. But they knew how to piece this house together. And even then, the men who out there hammering and shit, they don't even know how to design the house. There's somebody telling them what to do. And so it's so ridiculous. And what's ridiculous about this space is that Black men are saying this shit. And that's why y'all don't go in the white spaces with them men, because they laugh at you, right? Destiny ended up in this space and he dragged the fuck out of all of them. Angry Man, what his name over there where he was on their channel, he made Black men look like shit. And what shit meaning uneducated. He laughed, he giggled, and he was like, yeah, but you don't know what you're talking about. It's not true. Just a lot. Angry Man went over there just saying the same shit he telling you other Black men where y'all believe it. And he go over there by a white man and they laugh and say how uneducated you are. It's embarrassing to me as a Black woman. I was laughing at that shit, but inside I was like, this shit is terrible. In fact, when I was sharing that stream, I was like, this is bad. But I shared it so other black men could see that the ones y'all believe are going in other spaces and they're laughing at them. And Roy Chess, you come up, you one of the people who read, and that's why it's so embarrassing that even a man like yourself who read, you're well read as far as you tell us, and yet you will agree with some bullshit that you know isn't true. And that's why I say some of you are fucking red pill to your own detriment, because you even know it's not true, and yet still, because the majority of the black men who you want approval from, because they are stupid, you will lower yourself, cow yourself, and dumb down yourself just so you can be in their group. And it's sad because there are a group of black men who are educators and smart. You just got to find them. And once you find them, then you will have your people, right? They'll be your people where you can have real conversations, educational conversations, and y'all can have, y'all can go back and forth with your beliefs and not beliefs, right? But I'm asking, why do when educated men come in this space, why are you cowing down to the dumb? It's almost like when we say black people prefer the dumb. I guess you believe it, so you decided you're going to be a part of it. Why would a well-read man like yourself end up in this space with these dumbass niggas? and then acting like what you hear them say is true. That's so ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Hey, I am pretty gangster. How you doing? The anime community big and people find love. Um, Brownsville know nothing about me, and I'm not interested in men. Oh, I know you're not interested in men. I don't care who made what, as long as it works and doing what it's supposed to be doing. Well, you should care who made what, especially when we having the discussion about who made what, right? And the reason why it's like I'm not under, it's confusing to me, right? Because if I don't care about something, then I don't really participate in it, right? Which makes sense is why I'm not in white spaces, right? I'm not in white spaces listening to what they're talking about in their community. Why? Because I don't care about it, right? But I am over here in the manosphere space, who, because I care about it, right? And so if somebody say something that I didn't know, I look it up. That's how quick it is. It's that quick. You look it up. And to see if what they're saying is true. And I didn't always do that. Like I used to also spread some things that wasn't true based on me hearing them. Like I've heard them so many times, so it must be true. Even though I don't know where it came from, but I've heard it, so it must be true. And then I'm in a conversation, I say it, and then um, and then somebody tell me, well, that's not true. And then soon as they tell me it's not true and they give me some more information, I go and look it up and I realize I was wrong. And then I would have to admit that I was wrong, which I have no problem with doing. And then that happened to me a couple of times, and it was one too many times, right? It happened a couple of times. But that last time it happened to me, I realized, whoa, bomb, slow your ass down. You've been proven wrong twice. So, hey, this is what you need to do. If you're going to talk about something that you actually didn't experience, where you could talk about it freely as to your experience, then what you need to do is look some shit up. The women over here helped me. The men over here at one point was helping me too, right? We all was talking, discussing, looking shit up. And so I guess what I'm saying is, if you're in a space where there's two sides and people are giving information, you can't say you don't care who's right as long as it works, because there's an actual group of people who are making it seem like men have built this country. They act like when doing slavery, it was only men out in the fields. I don't even know where they get that shit from. Must be TV. Because there was just as many women in the fields as men, and there was just as many children in the fields as men. And I'm talking about children, like my grandson's age. Once they're able to walk, you have to teach them the mother. And she picking her shit. She has to also be teaching the kids how to pick their share. And if they didn't pick that share, them kids got beat. And these niggas act like they the only ones who suffered and they the only ones who did this and did that. They don't, when they say black people built this country, these niggas have resulted to saying that black men built this country. Then they'll result to lying and making it seem like every woman where her role was in the kitchen. That's a fucking lie. My grandmother, sister picked cotton. I remember my grandmother told me about her aunt, right? My grandmother was a child when slavery ended, but she was a child. So she had some sisters who was enslaved. But she remembers her aunt telling her stories. So that's why I mentioned my grandmother's aunt, because that's who she mentioned to me, right? Her aunt was old enough to remember, and she used to talk to her and shit about slavery. And what I'm saying is that these men are so terrible. And then they welcome other races of men to come over to hear their disgusting rhetoric. And that's how some of them people got in our space. But they'll lie and say Sharon brought them over. No, them people was over there on Aaron O's channel. And even before that, it was on somebody else's channel. Okay. And I don't have no problem talking to other races of people as long as we gonna keep it real. We know they coming over to attack. Just like they can attack us, I can attack them. But it's something because I know how to attack them, right? When they start talking about their family had slaves, and I asked them where if their family have slaves, then where's their money today? Because see, they're lying too. Every white person didn't have no motherfucking slave. Only the wealthy. Only the wealthy. So I don't have no problem talking to neither one, but this is some bullshit that's going on. Anyway, let me stop this share. Okay, so back to my RIP, right? So back to my Kegel exercises, because I've been all over the place. I done spun around the block. It's all connected. Of course, I was mentioning how we believe in magic. It's not just the women who believe in magic, as you see, as it goes on and on and on. Even our young boys today starting to believe in magic. But it's not like they just came up with magic. Somebody is giving this to them through the movies, through the cartoons, the anime, right? And so now our kids are at older ages believing in marriage. Did y'all know that back in the day, since people like to go back in history, magic was thought of as witchcraft. So people didn't, even though they believe in witches, they believed that it was bad and harmful and hurtful. So nobody was going to be walking around trying to be magical. Okay. You had to keep your mind on the world in which you lived in back then. It was harsher, colder, and today we are spoiled, and our children are sitting, listening, and able to see whatever imaginary shit that's out there. And we need to teach them that what they are seeing is imaginary shit. You got to explain, hey, the things you see with your own eyes in front of your face, that's real. The things that you see on TV, on the internet, that's fake. That's not real. Okay. It's not as simple as that, of course, because they're more bombarded with images that they're gonna get from other places. Like my grandson had a phone since he was 3. Okay, he got an iPhone, with the internet and everything, and yeah. Then he played with my phone, my iPad. He got a pad. He's had a pad since he was like 1, and it's educational. Taught him some things, but at the same time, we have to monitor. Because I told y'all he learned Russian. My grandson learned Russian, and I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And then I saw that YouTube had pushed some Russian alphabets to him. So he was learning the alphabets. He got the alphabets, and then he started learning more alphabets, and it was Russian alphabets. so he can know the alphabet in Russian. I was like, what the heck? He started writing these. I was like, write an A. He wrote an A. I was like, that's not an A. He said, yes, this is an A. My mom, this is an A. I was like, and then the way he wrote it, then I remembered that I saw it on TV. So I go in the YouTube Kids. Was it the YouTube Kids? No, it was before I gave him YouTube Kids. So it's just YouTube, right? But it was doing alphabets. And I looked, and it was the Russian alphabet. He had wrote the A, the B. He had wrote them all in Russian alphabet. Because I'm like, what are these symbols? I'm like, hey, this symbol don't go over this. I was like, gee. Okay, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. I think it could be both, right? It's a good thing that he learned Russian alphabets, right? It's a bad thing because I didn't put it in that playlist for him to get that. YouTube did. So YouTube could have pushed something else that I didn't want him to learn. And they could have without me knowing. Okay. So we got to be very careful and watch what our kids are taking. Because these kids, if I don't know if kids are like my grandson. Of course, we all love to think that our children are better or the greatest and I don't know, right? What I do know is that this boy learns so much faster than I remember my children learning. Okay. He knows Spanish, the alphabets and numbers. And I can't even educate him on that. I only know the alphabet. And I only know up to 10 in the numbers, the numeral numbers, right? I only know up to 10 in Spanish. And he's counting 100 plus. And I can't tell him if he's right or wrong, but so, and he only been in school for a month. Okay. So he's smarter than me, and with some shit. Okay. And I keep trying to learn from him. I'm like, how you said Watto? He said, no, Watto, Watto, Watto. Mama, Watto. I'm like, what? I don't know. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right now. Okay. Wait, what did I receive? Spoonflower sent me a notification. Y'all said I was gonna start my exercise journey, y'all. Every night, put on some music and exercise. I gotta start exercising, getting back into, walking and jumping and twerking. Okay. Anybody want to twerk it out with me? Y'all let me know. But I am one of them people who can't hold myself accountable. Like for instance, if I was doing it by myself, just me. Yeah. So I'll be like, nah, I don't really feel like this. I might just do one song and be like, I'm done. But I need accountability. So that's why I used to get on cam. I used to get on cam and people watch me twerk it out and stuff. Because they watching and I could go through songs and I would keep it up and then I wouldn't stop because I don't want nobody to see me out of bread. It kind of holds me accountable. And I know I call it twerkicide, but actually it's jazzercise and what else it was called? Jazzercise, and then they changed the name to something else, but it actually just means dance moves and you're exercising, right? I used to go to jazzercise and I used to do the step. I was gonna buy a step. Did I buy a step? Damn, I don't think I bought the step. Because I remember thinking I'm gonna buy the step. I used to go to step classes. I used to be a part of the what is it? The not the Boys and Girls Club, the Y. And the Y, they had all these classes and shit. I haven't been to Y since COVID. Actually, before COVID. Like, probably my dad died in 2018. So, yeah, 2018 is when everything went kind of down. I would call downhill for me. Like, I stopped actively being very active in the world. And I started being on here more and stopped being out there more. With the death of my dad, then next year with the death of my mom, and then, whoo, baby. But I have to pick up the pieces because I want to still be here for my grandson, right? Y'all see what I'm saying? Like I want to be him, so here for him. So I've gone through the grief, I guess, and now I got to try to get myself out of it by doing more. So I may start it tonight. I was supposed to start it yesterday, but I had a bad weekend because of I had a bad weekend because of my goddamn because of Walmart. I ain't gonna tell you the particulars, but Walmart, okay? Between Walmart and my doctor's office, baby. Yesterday, I stormed out of here and went to my doctor's office. I didn't have no appointment or nothing. And I'm in there prepared to cuss them all out, right? Because, see, just you can't be dealing with this shit. But the truth is all was Walmart's fault, which I had already called the 1-800 Walmart on Monday. No, on Friday. On Friday. Um, and then I'm gonna call their asses up and cuss their ass out. Okay, because they didn't call me back like they should have. And and then at the end of this shit, I want an explanation. I want a motherfucking explanation. And then I'm gonna get a gift card because that's all they're gonna give me a free gift card, y'all. Which probably ain't worth shit, right? Because don't trust their gift cards. Do not buy Walmart's motherfucking gift cards. Okay? Trust me. You been to bought a gift card or somebody been to gave you a gift card and there be nothing on that motherfucker. People stealing the money as soon as the money get added to the gift card before you use it. And they don't know how they're doing it, and they're not giving people their motherfucking money back. Do not fuck around with Walmart's gift card. Okay? You want to give people something, send them a cash app. You want to send people something, send them PayPal. Do not buy no gift cards for these motherfuckers. Because don't trust them. Anyway, let me get back to my subject. Let me put the link in if y'all want to come. I'm actually tired. I want to get to the end of my story real quick. It's funny, but I've been up here for 3 hours talking. And I said a lot, and I feel like I said nothing. But here's the gist of it. Because I had more to say to get to it. I don't know. Should I? Cause I'm tired of talking. I'm not gonna lie. I can't. I'm, I talked all last night. I rambled on. I told y'all some stories that I've already told after this, and then I couldn't even go to sleep even after that. I didn't go to sleep for like 2 hours after, and then I woke up around 2, and I started looking at the show over there with Sharon, which was a good show based on what I saw. It seemed like a good show. I don't never be watching the whole show. When I get there is when I get there. And I put it on the TV and go back to sleep and wake up to it on my TV. Let me take this medicine. Just not feeling good. It must be weather. It must be some rain somewhere coming because I am achy. Okay. I'm really achy. And I think I've already taken medicine, like not that long ago. I'm trying to think. When I started this stream, oh, that's about right, 3 hours. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. It has been 3 hours. So I don't want to take more medicine though. Anyway, what are we talking about? What was I talking about? So the Kegel thing, right? The Kegel thing. And I was telling women that I think some women do have a standard where they want a man who's going to appreciate for her thought. And let me show this clip. So y'all can know where I'm coming from. Okay. Let me grab it. Let me see if I can find it. It's gonna be in my history. So y'all, cause maybe it'll make more sense. It'll make way more sense, I think. Let me find it, y'all. It was Pop the Balloon, and it was a few days ago. Let me just put in Pop the Balloon. Let me put in Pop the Balloon. Because it was, I'm gonna just put We're gonna pop the balloon. And no, I gotta go to her channel because if I don't, all these other ones gonna come up. Let's see. Let's go back up. Where you at? Where you at? Oh, boom, boom, boom. It was a catch up, and it's just the catch up. No, let me go to videos. I don't think that's it. That might um boom boom boom. It was a catch up. Let me see if that's it. Did I see that one? It don't show that I saw that one, so that cannot be it. What the hell is this? Uh oh, I don't know what this is, y'all. I have no idea what just tried to pop up on me. Um no, that's not it. I didn't see that. A catch up. No, I didn't see that. The good thing is they have a red thing on the ones that I just see. And just because I just saw it don't mean it was just released. So I gotta go and look at the one. Um Catch up. God damn it. It's probably gonna be easy for me to go in my history. Cause I don't know how long ago this was. Let me see. What they calling it? Catch up. Let me see. Pop the balloon catch. Uh huh. Is this it? Shit. Yeah, I found it. Okay. Now, ladies, this is gonna be really interesting. And I think he's lying, but what I'm gonna say is I think this is what we're gonna learn that men and women think differently. Okay, so the men who watching, the women who lie, you men gonna believe the man, right? And I didn't believe him. And then she told her side. And then we realized that it's not that he lied, it's that he didn't understand her. And I'm about to show that what women are expecting men to do and provide, they cannot. I'm not talking about the protection and shit like that. I'm talking about that women, we it seems like right now in society we are at this emotional stage and we're like, yeah, we want him to understand us. Like we asking what is your love language and shit like that. And listen, these men, they're gonna be able to how you say it? They're gonna be able to step in the shoes in what you give them, right? If you give him the size 10, this nigga gonna put his foot in him if he wants you. You can give him a size 5. He gonna put his feet in that motherfucker if he wants you. And so what I'm saying is that we are requesting men to do things that they cannot do. And it is not even just that they can't do it, it's biologically they're not able to do it. And this is gonna prove it. Okay? Because he gonna say that she did some things. And she gonna say, yes, I did say those things, but that is not what I meant. And that is where the scientists have already told us that men are for meat, Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. And what they essentially are saying is that we think differently we think differently. And it's nothing we can do about that. Like, because biologically we using different sides of our brains. And if we don't understand that, then what will happen is you will get in relationships with people who you think are fitting the bill, but they will not be fitting the bill. It would all be fake. And we got to stop requesting that these men do certain things. Now, on the men's side, they on some bullshit what they requesting, right? But a woman can decide to deal with that or not. But if we are asking these men to touch their feminine side, and then when this nigga is feminine, you can't complain about it. He can't be this masculine dude who protecting you based on his statue, and then be this feminine guy at the same time. And so it's like a lot of requests that's going on, and it's so crazy. It's crazy. Okay. Wait a minute. I don't want to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. Okay. Um. So I'm not gonna play this whole thing, but what I will say is, in the beginning, everything was seen to be polite, but apparently he said she was for the streets. Now, apparently, based on what I heard, they was on the Pop the Balloon, and they got matched, and then they had been talking for a little while, and then came back on the show, and he asked her to be his girlfriend. That means now they are committed relationship, right? And then, so now they're committed to each other. If I'm correct, he might be a truck driver or something. He drives around. I'm not sure if they're from the same area or not. I'm not sure if it's long distance relationship or not. But they talk a lot on the phone, and she was sharing with him. Okay, but he saw a picture that was up for 2 years, and he asked her about it, and she said, "Yeah, that's been up for 2 years." And then he said, "Well, the picture don't bother me," so let the picture stay there. And then he come back later and complain about the picture, like he gonna complain about. And so he told her she was for the streets, and that's when they broke up. Um, to me, it looked like he still want to be with her. Like, if we're gonna listen to the very beginning, but it seemed like she not having it, or maybe she didn't get a chance to respond, and because she didn't respond the way he wanted her to, he's then gonna go lay in on her. Okay, so I'm gonna show that part, and I am gonna speed it up a little bit. I don't want to get a copyright, and the honest truth is I don't want to be on this too long. So here we go.
Your head nod, nothing back.
So,
Okay.
so apology.
Wait, I got.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Let's go.
Before I made that reaction,
Okay, wait a minute. I think I slowed it down, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I didn't want to do that. Wait. Why is it not giving me no? Oh, I know why. Okay, let me do it again. Boom, boom. I got to roll scroll it down. We're gonna do it 1.5. Okay.
publicly and tell her, JoJo, I apologize.
Oh, that's when he apologized. Okay. Now you could tell that he like her. Well, I don't know if he like her, right? I can't say that. So let me stop that. But what I'm saying is, I could tell that like he wanted to apologize to her, and I guess she not gonna want to. She not gonna react the way he wanted to. So here we go.
Some stuff going online, so I decided to reach out to Jojo and Julius so that we can do it after the catch up and see what's going on. So I just want to get straight into it.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
All right.
Who we started with? Oh, Julie.
First and
Sorry, go for it.
foremost, nah, because like I want to start off first because publicly I did something, I disrespected her, so I want to apologize publicly and tell her, JoJo, I apologize. I was out of my character. I should have never reacted off of emotions. I should have thought about it before I made that reaction and disrespected you and said, yeah, you're for the streets. You're not for the streets. I was just, in my feelings, I was just frustrated. So I do apologize to you. The
Okay.
head nod, nothing back.
So
Okay.
so
I appreciate the apology.
Huh?
I said I appreciate the apology.
Oh, you appreciate it?
Yeah.
Got you.
So what happened? What led to, that comment?
Now you see what just happened? He wanted to go first so he can apologize to her. And he apologized. He said, I said you were for the streets, but you're not for the streets. I was just frustrated. Blah, 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 blah. And then he looked at her and she said, I accept your apology. No, she said, I appreciate your apology. And he said, oh, you appreciate it? Now look, you see how his head is turning? He trying to figure out what he gonna do next. Okay? He just said that he was out of character for accusing her of doing something she didn't do. And she didn't react the way he was expecting. I don't know what he was expecting, but whatever way that was, it didn't happen, and he don't like it. Um, I don't know where her sign is. I don't know anything about her. He should know more than we do, right? Maybe they met on the internet on a show, but it doesn't look like she said, I appreciate your apology. Woody wanted her to jump up and down and be like, oh, thank you. You called me a thought and did that, told me I was for the streets. And I don't know what he expected from her. But I mean, what more could she have given besides, I appreciate your apology? But whatever he was expecting, he didn't get it. And so he gonna switch it around.
Being put out there, or you guys, I guess, no longer really communicating? That's what it seems like.
Uh,
Jojo, we could hear from you.
yeah.
Okay, so what um I feel like what led to it was he made a story that he said like, can't build a kingdom with someone who still seeks attention from the village. So like the people who follow him, they decided to ask like y'all broke up because that's what they assuming from what he posted. And so yeah, somebody like commented under his photo and was like y'all broke up, and his reply was yes, you for the streets. Um, that stemmed from a conversation like kind of a conversation earlier that day
Mm.
um, where he I don't know, he just woke up and chose violence. Like he messaged me on Instagram about like a picture that I have posted and was
Okay.
pretty much going off about how I try to appear single and I could go live my single life. He'd rather have somebody who doesn't like keep the relationship private because that's how he feels.
Mm.
And it pretty much went from there that I'm just seeking attention from these people from social media. And
So, what was the picture? Was it?
yeah, it's a picture on my page. He sent me one of my photos.
Uh-huh.
It's me in a swimsuit, and it's a picture from 2022 actually that's pinned on my page, and it's been pinned since 2022. And so he
Okay.
sent me that picture and was like, I see you liking these comments from these men or whatever. That tells me all about you. And it went on from there of like, you wanna appear single, you go ahead and live your single life. You go ahead and be single. So I was like, yeah, you're a little crazy, huh? But
Okay.
yeah, and it went from there.
Got it. Okay. So I know when you guys came on the catch up, he did ask you to be his girlfriend.
Hmm.
Now, were Instagram photos or something that you guys discussed that were like boundaries possibly for him? Like maybe he was like, I don't want my girl having bikini photos, or is that something that was discussed that could possibly lead to this?
No,
Because I know there are some people who, they're like, nah,
they
I
like,
don't, my
yeah.
girl, yeah.
No, it wasn't discussed. It came up before in another conversation. Like I feel like the same picture, and I even said like if this was a problem for you, like you should have said this a while ago. But he said, "Well, I've been had you on Instagram. It wasn't a problem. It was I guess in the moment it was whatever the situation was that made it. Like the actual picture is not, but it doesn't feel that way to me. Like obviously you probably have a problem with this type of photo being on the internet.
Okay. All right. So so right now as we're speaking, you two are not together.
No.
I feel like when there's lies being told, they got to be addressed. So as far as like the picture thing, right?
Hmm.
She's saying like, "Oh, I'm trying to make it seem like it's a problem," or "Oh, you kind of crazy for real." First of all, I didn't see your Instagram pictures or nothing.
Now, see, right now, he is saying, first, remember, he the one that kind of mentioned a picture, right? It's about a picture. So he's standing on that it's about the picture because that's what he told her. He like, hey, I see you for the streets because of this picture. But then later he gonna mention it's not about a picture. It's like people coming together, especially the way they come together, especially if fame is involved in it, right? Um, and the men start thinking about, oh, my woman can't look this way. She can't do this because it make me look bad, right? Um, and then they want to tell women what to do and not do. But then, did he really want to be with her? Because was it really about a picture? Because she said they had a conversation about the picture early on, early on. And then he said, no, it's not about the picture. He first he shows her the picture, then he says, nah, it's not about the picture. Because he mentioned that the picture been up for 2 years. So he gonna be all over the place, right? But he about to throw her under the bus. You see how he mentioned when lies are told, as if she sitting here and then told a whole bunch of things. But she didn't. She's speaking about just what happened as far as the picture and her is concerned. He about to go into all kinds of other bullshit that she told him in confidence as her mate. And that is where I'm not saying she went wrong, but where we as women, where we get confused. Because he about to tell a whole story. I'm gonna fast forward. It's a fast forward already. I need to fast forward this shit. That should take it too long. Anyway, y'all should go and check it out. Let me see. Let's fast forward a little bit.
Trying to see like how he was on the show. So I already knew what she was talking about when she said, "Oh, do you want your balloon back?" She was talking. Oh, so I'm like, damn, like why you come on the show then? So I ended up finding out she didn't come on the show to find love. She came on the show to like
He lying
everything. I'm
about that.
bigging her up every time. Like, man, that's my girl. To still go on her date with her exes while you in a relationship. Where we do that at? You thought you had
He claiming that she went on dates with exes when she gonna say she ain't never had an ex. The last time she dated was like high school or some shit early on. Many like a date. So I see when y'all look at it, if y'all watch it, right? There's a confusion on what dating means between men and women, right? So to him, a date, he's making claims that she was just because she went to dinner or out to eat with a group of people, and if any of them were men at all, then he considered that dates. He considered those relationships. She's saying, no, like I'm a single woman out here for a while. I have friends. I have male friends and women friends. And there's a group of us. And I have gone to dinner. We meet up, but he's considering that dating, and now he's conflating and making that she's cheating. Where do you do that at? Where do you get with these friends that you dated, even though she says she hasn't dated them? Um, and even when you with me, it's like these men want us to stop our lives. He's still gonna do his life though. He gonna still do his life and everything. But she, on the other hand, she can't go out with no friends. And if they friends, they gotta be particular friends. And even then, even if they women friends, he gonna get picky with that, right? Oh, I don't like the way that friend dressed. You can't go with her. Oh, that friend look like she like to drink a little bit, so you can't go with her. Like that's what they want to do to us, but they don't want to. They don't want to change at all. And so I think the changes that some of these men are looking for, they don't understand that's marriage changes. That's not girlfriend changes. And if you don't want your girl to be going out to drink with other people, then I guess you got to be in the area so you can take her out on Friday. Was she supposed to be acting like an old ass woman at a sewing machine? Oh, they'll love that, but then they not gonna love it. Because these men are claim they want her to be indoors, but they still want her to be hot and fresh and fit, right? They still want her to have that hot ass body, but you can't go to the gym to keep it. Oh no. Uh-uh. And you better not go outside looking like you got that hot body. You better stay inside only with me. Only with me. This nigga want to put you in a room and lock you in. That's what these men are talking about. They don't understand that's what they're talking about, but that's what we hear, and that's what, yeah. They can't even explain what they really want from a woman. They can only tell us what they don't like. And then we ask them, well, what do you want me to do? And he gonna be like, I don't know, but I don't want you to do that, because he's not gonna want to say, I want to lock you in the house. But then he don't want to pay your bills. So what? Oh, you can find a job that's working from home. That they don't say all that shit. They don't really want to say it because they know it's gonna sound crazy.
had a sucker. Yeah, you see me on the show talking all this love, love, love stuff. Oh, you thought you had a sucker? Nah, I really came from that club. Like you ain't never about to play me like that. So, how I know this, right? So she go on brunch with her friends. Boom. When she go with her homegirls, she say homegirls. When it's a
Mhm.
dude involved, she'll say my friend, and I go more in depth like, oh, what friend? She's like, oh, my coworker or my ex coworker. Your coworker, your ex coworker. Like, what are we talking about? So look, tell you, I'm so smart with it, right? She on brunch with her friends. I FaceTime her. She answered when she with her homegirls, but supposedly when you out with your coworker, I hit you, you don't answer the phone. She FaceTime me back when she done with the little date, and then she in the car, like, oh, like what you doing? What you doing, stink? Woo, woo, woo. I take a mental note. So all this is building up. I'm taking she ain't never been in no serious relationship.
Mhm.
Our relationships failed. Why is that? All the relationships you've been
You hear what he's saying? All her relationships failed. Why is that? And yet he's a single man who been in relationship. They failed. Why is that? Just like she said he would do. He woke up and chose violence. Okay, she gonna have an answer for everything he said.
beyond me. So, anyways, if you're gonna quote me, quote me. What I said when coming, I said I was open to finding love and networking with the people I would like meeting. I met some great people, so I was successful. Thought I was successful in both because I got a match and I met some good people at the show that I still communicate with to this day. So I definitely didn't go for clout. If I did, you would see my page look that way. You never see me post about, oh, I was on Pop the Balloon, come follow me. I'm a dancer as well. Like my page has been how it's been since I've been JoJo the Dancer on Instagram. Please don't try to play me like that. You're the one who immediately hopped on YouTube, but I'm the one who was looking for clout, liked every comment. And I replied to the people who, at least the people who I know, that saying, love this for you, sis. Ain't gonna talk bad about her now. What I did say, I definitely said, you want her to get her balloon back? It was given. You was a little salty that she wanted to pop yours. And if you was feeling her, I would have had rather you told me, like, is this who you really wanted? Or you was kind of salty, she popped it, so you was like, well, I kind of guess I got to go with JoJo. We had that conversation too. I know what I said, and I can stand on it. What you're not gonna do is sit here and lie on my name, like I said to you in real life. Two, you really came up with this brunch stuff. Like I go to brunch with my friends. If I say I'm with my friends, I'm with them. And there's no such thing as you FaceTime me and I didn't answer. Please stop playing with me. My friends have tagged me in the post while I'm out on brunch. You've watched my story. You've seen the friends I was with. When was I out
Yeah,
with
that
an
one time. Yeah, that's the time you answered.
Look at him. Look at him. Now he ain't got nothing to say, except yeah, that one time. And then she gonna say, I've only been out with my friends twice since we started dating. Cause he'll make it seem like she out all the time.
gender on it? I told you in text. I have the receipts. Yeah, I didn't say the gender because I don't know how you will react. Because he has a hard time believing that I can actually have friends that are males and that's it. And it was a friend, the male, he's a comedian. He had a comedy show. He actually canceled it, so I didn't even get to go. But nevertheless, I was going to support him. Like, so where did you even come up with, oh, that was the some guy she was about to go on a date with? Like, you made that up. You knew it was a comedy show. I told you. And then what's this note right here? Relationships. What did I write that down for? Uh, oh, I ain't never been in no relationship, or I haven't experienced a real relationship because my last official, I'm your boyfriend, you my girlfriend, was 2016. And why?
See? She's like, I haven't experienced any relationship. My last official, I'm your girlfriend, you my boyfriend, was way back when, in 2016. And you can see how young she is, so you already know we talk about she young. He chose violence. Okay? He chose violence. But the one that's gonna get me, because she explains all that away, he starts talking again and spreading lies.
First, she wasn't cool with it, but then she ended up being okay with it. So your question was it too soon? I don't think so because I feel like it was genuine between us. Like it wasn't no ill will, you know. So
Because I
I
did see
don't
a
know.
click. I did see. I think it's a clickbait that you did as well. I
Exactly.
think it was on her birthday. You said, "Is it over between me and JoJo?" or something like that.
Nah, that wasn't no clickbait. If you really like, I had to cut stuff out because she didn't want to look crazy. She really like cause like mind you, like the girls in your DM, you must be talking to them. It's some a little bit is in there if you could back that. I'm telling her like nah, like I ain't even responding to nobody, right? Cause I'm my whole focus is on you. I'm not. I've been said that they distractions. What I need to go see what they talking about for if I love you if I'm into you. So yeah, so I had to edit the video, but no, it was real though. She feels some type of way about them DMs and I had to show her.
So you heard him say she feels some way about the DMs. But how would she know what's in his DMs? Y'all know how he know? How she know? Because he tell her. He texts her and say, "Yeah, I got all these hotties in my DMs, but I'm only focused on you." Um, and so if I was a woman getting that, this man just told me he got all these hotties in his DMs. How, if you're not looking at the DMs, how you know they hotties? And if you're not responding to the DM, first of all, y'all, there's many people who hit me up and I never see it. Why? Because if you're not one of my friends, then you cannot. You can send me something and it'll look like you sent me something, but I didn't get it. You see? So the game that he's playing a mental game that some of these men play. Some of the women play the game too, right? It's a game. And um shit, sometimes you may lose, sometimes you may win. I don't know, right? But you can't play the game and then act like you're not playing the game when you get caught, right? He texts her and he says, yeah, I got all these hotties in my DM, but I'm only focused on you. And you know what pissed me off? It wasn't because that's a game, right? You ain't have to tell her that. If you don't want her to be jealous about it and know about it, you won't tell her. The people at the top, the woman at the top gonna be like, oh, that's not so bad. He just letting you know women hitting him up, but he only likes you. Like, bitch, shut your fucking ass up. What the hell are you talking about?
Like
So basically, girls DM, you get DMs from girls, and she doesn't like it.
And
Because
right, she
obviously
feels
in
some
that
type of
video,
way
he
about
so
brings
it.
it up. He brings it up. Like, he uses it. He brought it up as a way to validate that he's actually for me. Like, I don't want to hit. I literally told him, I was like, I don't want to hit that. We sitting down at my birthday dinner, and you bringing up how some baddies in your DM. Like, okay, but I'm
So what
only
did he
focused
say?
on you.
He said he got baddies in his DM, but he only wants you.
But he's only focused on me, right? They all
That's
just
not bad.
no.
No.
It's not a
No,
bad
no,
thing.
And she said, that's not bad. That's a mind fuck. What are you talking about? He just got through complaining that she don't like DMs. And if you don't tell her about the DMs, then she won't be mad. And so you tell her about the DMs, and then you complain that she mad. You don't have to receive DMs. And if you receive DMs, you don't have to respond. You don't have to even look at them. I don't look at them. I don't even get them from most people. People thinking they send me messages. Now, if I go into a different setting, there's a whole different setting that says you got messages here from non-friends or some shit like that. And so I go and every few, I'm like talking about maybe once a year. I actually just found this area like a few months ago, and I go there and I see all these goddamn messages all the time, happening all the time. And and although they sent me a message and now I can read it in that area, I have to, if once I accept it, then I can respond back. But what I'm saying is he don't even have to see them DMs. So he looking for them DMs. And then he told her about them. That's ridiculous.
Like say,
Arlette,
but just like I don't want to hear about people in your DM.
I think he was
Arlette,
saying that to show you how much he really does like you. Like,
Yeah.
I've got all these girls in here, but I'm not paying them no mind. Like, you're my focus.
exactly.
Yeah, he paying them a mind. How the fuck is she talking about he not paying them no mind? What? He paid them so much mind that he know that they hotties or baddies. That's how much he paid them mind.
And
So
the
at
reason
that
why I did
What's like making you truly believe this?
are is she talking about she had no attachments, right?
Hmm.
When I found out she was dealing with somebody, remind you, I thought she wasn't in nothing serious with somebody since 2016. So she's saying the dude week before the show, he was a situationship. So if somebody is a situationship, your feelings ain't gonna be involved with them, right? So they just something you a fling or whatever. Y'all went on a couple of dates, y'all did what y'all did. Cool. You ain't gonna have no emotions. You're not gonna be emotionally attached to that person.
and
So
one ain't.
so boom, she okay. So boom, she go to work. And I'm already, this is when we barely meeting and stuff. So I'm already letting her know, like, hey, anything you want to talk to me, good, bad, or whatever, you can talk to me about anything. Like, that's how, like, I'm an open person. You can talk to me about anything. So, like, cool. She at work. She would have one of her little side jobs. She hit me, was like, I'm feeling uneasy. Talk to me. What's going on? Remember when I told you when I was in a dark place? So she talking in riddles now. I'm like, get into details.
Now you see what's happening right now? He is about to share some shit that should have been just for him. And I don't know why people like I understand you going to pop the balloon, but see like this shit that's going on right now, why are they on this show sharing this shit? So that couple can make money off of what they about to go through. Just because you went on a show and you got to ask some questions and you pop and you got a balloon pop or didn't get pop, don't mean not a motherfucking thing. And these two are not no specialties in relationships to where they gonna help you get a mate. You just gonna come on their show and they gonna make money off. And nothing wrong with it. It could be fun, I guess. But now they got after shows and shit, right? They got a show where they come on and they either decide to break up or make up or become serious. And then now they got a show that even after that, you could come after you broke up and tell us what happened. But what's worse about it is when you shared some information with somebody and now they're on the internet where 91,000 people so far have seen it in 2 days. They know what should have been just between you and her. What's going on? You need something? Oh, I ain't doing nothing. It's messing up. What you streaming or something? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. You let me know if you're gonna reboot it or something. But what? You better let me know before you reboot my internet. Anyway, so yes. What was I saying? That's one of my sons coming in. Um, she shared something with this man, and he was about to share it. Something she was thinking mentally. So not only is he gonna hear what she said incorrectly, but now he about to share his incorrect information. And here we go.
What you talking about? So I'm like, oh, I said, oh boy. She like, oh, I'm gonna call you when I get on my break. Get on her break or whatever. The dude, I guess the dude broke up with her or whatever, and
Mhm,
she
no.
felt some type of way. Or they broke up, whatever, and she felt some type of way. So she was at work crying about this situation. I'm like, if he just a situation shit, why is you crying over this boy? So I'm like, it really wasn't adding up. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's more serious than what it was. And then she ended up telling me like, okay, she wanted a family, she wanted to be married, she wanted, you have kids and all that. But then like she's 31, she's not married, she ain't had no kids, so she over here thinking like it's her type shit. I'm telling her it ain't her, it's just the dudes you choosing. I'm like, man, I'm right for you. Like, let's work things out. She boo crying, but I'm like, damn, if he a situation shit, why you crying over this man? So that's an attachment, right? Y'all broke up with the situation, then you come on the show a week later.
Yeah, Jojo.
Is that not an attachment or not? If you
So
crying over a boy,
first, first of all, I see when we had that conversation, I still see you didn't really like understand what I was saying.
Now this is what's important. This is the part that I want y'all to see because see, there's a misunderstanding, right? And he heard one thing because all he keep thinking about is her being with somebody else, even before he existed. But she was saying something completely other. And so what I'm saying is that we as women, we can share and you think you want a friend who you could share with, but if you do get a friend you can share with, you got to make sure that they at least understand your language. I ain't talking about your love language. I'm talking about your language. They got to understand they got to know who you are to even know what you're talking about. And see, he don't know her. So that's why words came out of her mouth and he was able to spin them into something else. So she's about to tell us what she was saying, right? Because he even admitted she texted him and saying, damn, like, I'm feeling some sort of way. So if she was talking about another man, why would she talk to her boyfriend about it? So she about to express what she was saying to him. Okay.
Um, I even told you, I'm like, you giving this man too much power. It's not about him. Again, that was a short-lived dating. It's not like I was in love with the man. What he's saying, it's not like I
so
wanted a
why you
family
crying
with
for him?
him. It's not like I wanted a family with him and kids, marriage, and all that with him. Like I
I'm talking
didn't,
about
it
in
didn't, it didn't even
general.
get to, yeah. In general, it didn't get to that point for me to even feel like, oh yeah, he's the one. And now I'm sad about it because it's not working out. No,
Mm.
the whole first of all, I wasn't at work boohoo crying. But it was the thought that it was the whole general like aspect of, and first of all, I cut him off. It wasn't he broke up with me. There was no breaking up. We weren't in a relationship. But
Mm.
I cut him off, and it was just like I had a revelation like, oh my gosh, is this not gonna work out for me? Like I was sad about the fact. I still wasn't crying because you doing the most, but I was sad about the fact that like, dang, like it got to be me. Like it's not working out. I do want to be married. I do want to have kids. Was I talking about that specific person? No, I'm reflecting now on my whole dating experience. Period.
So
So I think.
can I sorry to cut you. Can I ask you both, yeah? Um, what do you both think that you both did wrong?
Mm.
He wouldn't even let her finish. But now, which you both did wrong, right? Um, Lord have mercy. They're not even trying to talk and see if they is a chance for them to get back together or nothing. Because they don't really care. They don't help. They just get the views and get the money. Because when you find out that there's a miscommunication, if you was an actual person who cared about them having a relationship, you would first ask them, do you think this can be worked out? You know? And, but I don't understand. Like, I wouldn't call my boyfriend and let him know I'm so hurt about the last dude. That don't even make sense. But that's what he took that shit as. Right? They were supposed to be friends, so she's saying she reflecting on her whole dating life, which I hear that around 30, shit, even the married people start reflecting on their whole life. Look, I promise you, y'all, and I think I've already told y'all, right? If you do the math and add up with days, with years, you'll see. And I mentioned around 30, I reflected on my whole life. I already have 2 kids. I've been married for 10 years, damn it. And it's like 30, I don't know, that magic number. Then 40 is the next magic number. Then 50, and I guess I'm imagining 60 and 70 and so on. But at 30, I was reflecting. And she thought she can call somebody and be like, wow, where he can support her because she dating him. And the nigga took it the wrong way. Took it the whole wrong way. And is it his fault? Is it her fault? I'm saying if you read the book, Men Are for Mars, Women Are for Venus, Women Are for Venus, Men Are for Mars, you will see that it's not even about fault. It's the way we are wired. She's self-reflecting, and all he could think about is that other dude. Remember, he mentioned he found out about it, even though she said it wasn't nothing. She thought she could be open and truthful, so that's how he even know about it. And I'm telling y'all, this thing that people have put forward when you say, well, honesty is the best policy. They say that if you keep something back, then you initially are lying. And they do all of that. And I'm saying, if you do this, everybody you deal with, it will end. Because see, they don't even know each other enough to really trust each other at this point. He's telling her about DMs. She's telling him about exes or friends that she was dealing with. They telling too much, and they don't live around each other and see each other enough to ensure that they can see this person and know that this person is telling the truth. Look them in their face and know that they're not lying. You know what I mean? And yeah, they just started dating and they was already giving too much people giving each other too much information, and that is possible. Okay, we women we start listening to everything they telling us, and even whether we can probably deal with it is no big deal. But then we realize, okay, this dude going through too much. I got my own shit to worry about. You were ending because of that, and they got the men. They focusing on who in the hell was between your legs, and they don't give a fuck about your emotion because they don't care about you yet. Now, once they care about you, now you can rely on and you're not even possible. It's not even for sure that they care about your feelings. Okay, these men not giving no fucks about you like that, because like I don't think there's one guy who could come on this panel and honestly say they give a fuck. Like I'll be able to break it down and prove to them that they don't give a fuck. The only person they give a fuck is about them. They considered only was good or bad for them. And then they'll lie and say, well, it probably was best for her too. No, it was best for him. He decided whether he should continue to see her. You know, I've heard men say she was too good, she was too bad. Be like, how she was too bad? Well, you know that she is the kind of girl I like, but what? Because the type of girls they like, they they can't phantom marrying them because somebody else told them that they shouldn't be marrying those type of women. Most of the men not even going with their own gut feeling. They looking at the world around them and the rules and going by based on what their boy might think. You see, it's crazy. They going based on what their boys think. Their boys think she around too much, then she must be around too much. Their boys think, oh, she gonna stop you from rocking with us, being able to go out with us. So they drop her because he realized if he get in a relationship with her, he ain't gonna be able to continue to be with his boys. And so essentially you put your boys first, and nothing wrong with that when you're a certain age. Something is wrong with that after 30 though. Especially if you're thinking about kids. Now, if you ain't thinking about kids, rock out. Okay. I think some of these men think they're gonna be able to be 40s, be fathers all into their 40s and 50s and shit, which they can be, but they're not gonna be the best fathers they can be. 75 years old and your motherfucking kids is like 12. And think about your child. Like, shit, I was embarrassed of my parents because my dad was the type who anything just came out his mouth. You know what I'm saying? By the time I was in high school, I was scared that my dad would probably embarrass me because he would just say anything. Like, if you came too close, he ain't like something about you. You be like, who the fuck are you? Then my dad would just say that. Who the fuck are you? Okay. He didn't do that too much with the girls, but I was scared he would. I think I had more fear that he'll do it than he's done it. You know what I mean? Because I don't think he ever really did that to me. But baby, I thought he would though. I always believe he would do that. And so we got men who have convinced other men that they can have babies all into their whole thing, right? And which you can, but they never tell you what's the consequences of that is, right? And now you're not even gonna think about how would you have felt being 12 and your daddy's 75 years old. Everybody else daddy is in their 20s, 30s, and your daddy is old enough to be their daddy. Actually, your daddy is old enough to be their parents' granddaddy. You're not even gonna think about, hey, you're not gonna be able to see your kids probably graduate, or your kids gonna be young when you die. You're not thinking about none of that shit. Cause some group of men have told you that you can be a dad up until you're 100. Guess what Kevin Samuels said? Then they start quoting, what his name? That wealthy, very fucking wealthy man who possibly lived a very long time because of his very, very wealthy ass and all the money he had to have caretakers and shit, who married that young girl, right? That young woman. And she got pregnant. And once that man died, they did a DNA test on them, on that little girl. Come to find out that wasn't even that man's baby. But that man knew that shit. He didn't mind. He was in love with the young girl. He was like, I got the money. You beautiful. You be mine. You can still do what you want to do. So look, and they had they were married, and the family sued her and kept her from that money. Kept her from that money because they was claiming that he wasn't in his right mind, which they did because he was so old. Anyway, yeah, if y'all want to go look at this, go look at this. But what I'm saying is that now they ask him what did they both do wrong. He gonna get real kind of a little nasty with her because she's thinking. She's just sitting there thinking. So what she could say, and he kept interrupting. Like I don't think I got to the end of it. And but I guess like Men and women think differently. Like biological, it's important.
Past that, but then it happens again, and then it happens again, and then it had like the fifth time, and only a month and a half. I feel like I don't have the capacity to handle where you are in your work in progress with where I am in my work in progress. Because we all works in progress. But I don't have the capacity to, which is why this last time I was like, no, I'm good. And then you went right to social media like you have before. Because you've posted to your story, but for like the third breakup, you went to your story and was like single. And I'm like, Julius, for real? And then this time you went again. She's seeking attention. She's for the streets. Um, I don't have the capacity. I don't.
Okay. All right.
See, he want to play with her. Because apparently this is fifth time breaking up in a month and a half. Oh my God. Yeah, that's too much work. Yeah, girl. Yeah. And he knew he could play with you and roll it. Look at him, the way he's smiling and making it seem like because he thought he found one he could play with. And you let him play with you and play with you and play with you. And so he played with you. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of these niggas, y'all, I never was no nice bitch to no nigga. Right? This shit about pulling out your best on these men. The best thing to do is show them possibly the fucking worst. You show them to them, and if they can't take it, they walk away. And if they down with it, then now you know that they'll take you when you angry and cussing, and then get to the regular you. But this nonsense of showing these niggas the best of you and you gonna be this great girlfriend, you gonna be no, 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 no. He needs to see who. Listen, while y'all just communicating, y'all having look. He need to hear you. If you cuss every once in a while when you get angry, he need to hear you do that. You ain't gotta be cussing at him. It could be, yeah, this motherfucker got on my nerve. Yeah, I don't know. It got me all out of my own self. At least he'll know that this is a part of you too. Cause these niggas right here, right? What I learned through men is this: they will play with you if you let them. But once they realize that she's not to be played with for real, like that, and that there's consequences, and the consequences is not gonna be what he like, then he will before he play with you, he gonna think about that shit. Some of them will still play with you. And then but see, after he know he shouldn't have played with you because he already saw that part of you and he know he ain't like it, and he played with you, that means he either want to see that and you gotta show it to him, or yeah, the nigga playing with you. Nigga playing with you. I don't even know. I don't even know how to. I'm telling you, I could show. These niggas are easy because they lying. They doing too much lying, and they don't know what they want because it's too many options. And remember what I told everybody? Those are not real options. They are fake options. Your real options is within the 5 yards. I'm sorry, 5 miles of where you live or work, wherever you are for the most part. For a good part of your day or a good part of your life is where your options lie. All this other internet bullshit, long distance shit that you learn, these are not options. These are fake options. Everybody is on this bitch for a reason. If you go on Pop the Balloon, most of the people are going on there and they are announcing their Twitter or their Instagram or their YouTube channel. That is for promotion so they can build they motherfucker shit. You understand what I'm saying? And so if you can't find nobody within 5 miles or either where you work, live, or play, like if you go to a gym, if you want to broaden your options from that 5 miles, then I guess you need to go to the gym in another area. Broaden it up. Where you go grab your coffee or your lunch or your dinner. So you can run into different people. But even if you do that, you still gotta have the how should I say it? You have to be willing and able to speak to people, talk to people. You know what I mean? Like, how you doing? You you ask them how they do. You got to be able to talk to people. And if you don't know how to talk to people, it don't matter where you at. And this is on behalf of the men, right? They claim that they want to look for this and that, but they on the internet. And I'm saying you're not gonna find your person on the internet. And if you do, hopefully they live in your area. Cause even if y'all get together, meet, smash, and all that shit, y'all not gonna be together. They're not gonna be together. And even if y'all make it work, it's not gonna work. And I don't think people like that. I think they're like people like to be on the internet, which I do understand. But you like to be on the internet, but yeah, that shit not gonna work. Y'all gonna have to show me. I need to see 10 people where they met on the internet, they not in the same area, and everything worked out. Right? With regular people. I'm not talking about no motherfucker wealthy motherfucker like Drake or flying out chicks and Diddy flying out planes filled of chicks. And I ain't talking about no shit like that. I'm talking about regular folks who work every day or whatever they do, you know, and how, because long distance not gonna work if you got to worry about money on how they gonna get to you. You won't get to them. You don't know if he cheating or she cheating because they in a whole nother state. In fact, you don't even know if these motherfuckers married. Can you imagine being long distance relationship with a married person? Well, y'all need to watch what's the name of that show? Catfish. You need to watch Catfish. Motherfuckers was in long-term relationships with married people. You need to be able to see this person. You need to be able to make sure this person don't live with nobody. And you don't, how you know something, he ain't move nobody in. He talking to you every morning and every evening. Because his ass worked. He called you on his lunch break. He went in the bathroom and texted you. Made you feel good. But his ass is just as married as any motherfucking body else. With a baby on the way and all kinds of shit. For those of you really looking for relationships, man. Now, if you're not really looking for a relationship, because I think that's what most people want to be in a relationship, but they're not really wanting to be in a relationship. So the easiest type of relationship is a fake relationship, right? The person make you feel good. They feed you what it is that you need, and you give back. Maybe you might not even give back, okay? Because most of these motherfuckers are narcissists. But she or he feeds you what you need. Good morning, sweetie. How you doing? How was your day? You know, a couple of words here, a couple of words there. Hey, I just want to say good night. You good? And and people feel good, and now they feel like, yeah, I'm in a relationship, and that's enough for them, and they're not really looking for more. They just want that. Um, yeah, y'all can go to a website and pay somebody about a month, and they'll hit you up in a text message in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. And then some of them will even do a phone call with you once a week. And they'll be your pro girlfriends or your pro boyfriends. They'll, which means professional dates. And make you feel good, make you feel special, where you can keep kicking. Okay? I recommend that for some of y'all if that's what y'all want. But if you're looking for a real relationship, you got to go outside. I'm sorry. Or go online in areas that is in your area. So you can be like, hey, you want to meet? We can meet. Meet at the local restaurant close by to both of you in the same city. And shit like that. Y'all was probably doing better when y'all was swiping right and left and shit to motherfuckers who live in your city. You're probably doing better doing that. I don't even know what app that was called. Man, they was on her side. Okay. This shit was crazy when I was reading through the even the women. Of course, though, I could tell you why that was, but I'm not. Um Somebody said breaking up 5 times in a month and a month to 2 months is pretty insane. For real. It wasn't meant to be. This is why people need God, therapists, and mentors. I would help them see a lot clearer. It would help them see a lot clearer. And that's a fact on this one. As far as that is insane. One, and she said she's pretty quiet. He was mad that she didn't put no pictures of him on her Instagram and on her stories. And because she wanted to be quiet about their relationship. He, on other words, wanted to be out broad about it. So that's why he's the one who would go to the internet and claim that they broke up and clickbait and shit like that anytime, you know. So they wasn't meant to be. You could tell. I'm looking at him and tell they completely different. She's thought provoking, and he's just a clown. Now I'm not saying he's a clown like as if he can't find nobody, but he's a clown. They not meant to be. And but then why would they? Only thing that brought them together is the nigga not popping the balloon. My God. My God. Uh, All he did was not pop his motherfucking balloon. Oh, one of them didn't pop the balloon. I think he, right? Because no. He the one that chose, I think. Yeah. Because I think that she said that he asked somebody, do they want their balloon back? Okay. And think about that though. Also think about you being in a line, lady, with a group of great ladies. And this nigga is choosing other women over you by just popping the balloon based on little simple shit. Or he chose you only because you the last one who held your fucking balloon. Nah, I'm a little shocked by that, but you know what I mean? Cause nah, no. I don't understand why people go to this show. Because when you think about it, so when people come out, you got the power, right? You the one standing in line, ladies. As soon as they come out based on their looks, you got the power. But right after you, after that, then they got the power. And they can snap you out just based on your shoes, your outfit. Like, man, ain't no motherfucking way. Ain't no motherfucking way. I'll be like, nah, I'm too valuable to be on the show with niggas popping balloons, baby. You understand what I'm saying? No, sir. No, sir. But we had generation talking about the dating pool has got piss in it. I'm like, yeah. And this pop the balloon shit is pissier than them all. And it's proving it. Okay. So I'm gonna end that right quick. I really want to do some sewing. I think I'm gonna go to sleep early tonight. Um, and tomorrow we'll be back with me strangling the Rim Brothers, maybe. I don't know. I have to sew, y'all. Not I haven't been feeling like doing nothing, but I really said I was gonna exercise tonight. See, the second night I'm canceling. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't eaten anything yet. I think if I want to wake up, because I did wake up late because I went to sleep late. I go to sleep early, I wake up early, then I can get things done in the daytime. It's a lot of shit I'm supposed to be doing that I haven't done. These people keep calling me. And yeah, this is bad. I gotta get back on track. Get back on track, Jack. So I'm not sure who live, y'all. I'm not sure who live, but I'm not gonna stay live. Let me see. Uh Oh, that's a bitch Todd. Oh, okay, girl. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. From a bitch Todd. Thank you, sis. If you're still listening. Look, I don't know. I don't get notifications because I have it set up that way. I'm sorry. Like I do have to make those changes. Sugar Bummer's gone girl, they gossip. They like bitchy. Just say they bitchy. You so bitchy. You so bitchy. Let me go. Let me find a beat real quick before I leave. Sugar Bum gave me an idea of something to sing about. I guess maybe possibly. Um, you so bitchy. You so bitchy. Let's see. Angel is such a. I don't know. I just like his beats, y'all. I don't like scrounging through everybody's beats. Kind of put a trust on him. That he gonna put out something good. Look like he dropped something 23 hours ago. I haven't heard it yet. As y'all can see, no red line. Um, Look like I did play that one before, possibly the other day. Let's see what it sounds like.
Ame la ciencia.
Bitchy, bitchy, here we go. Come kitty. I don't know, but you from my city. Here we go. I'm got these big titties. And here I go. These niggas are bitchy, bitchy. Bitchy, bitchy. Shitty, shitty. Bitchy, ditchy with the small dicky. Here we go. I'm quite thick. And I don't care with these big titties. Woo! B.I. 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 Hey. B.I.T.C.H.Y. Here we go. Look in the sky. I don't know, but I'm quite fly. And as I say, I'm about to take a dive. Right. Bitchy, bitchy. Ha. This nigga shitty, shitty. Woo. With they small dicky. Ha. Here I go with my big titties. I gotta stop, y'all. I don't know where that came from. I started talking about big titties. I didn't mean to do that, okay? Lord have mercy. I'm over here talking like sexy red, baby. I didn't mean to talk about no big titties. Okay? I gotta stop. I'm like I'm like your grandma, baby. Okay? Anyway, y'all see y'all later, y'all. I hope wait, is Hubby looking? No, he ain't see, okay? Don't tell on me. Don't tell on me. Hey, bitch Todd. Thank you. I saw your message. Okay. Where I'm going, I ain't got nothing to talk about. I'm about to um I gotta I don't know. I gotta figure out when I'm gonna eat. And then um girl, I don't know. But how you been? I'm gonna put the link in so if you want to come up. I'm supposed to be I need to go down there and check out that wine because I know it to turn into alcohol. But did I tell you? Because I wanted to tell you that my son drunk those other two. Remember, I made a cherry and a mango, and he drunk it without me even putting it in the wine bottle, girl. And I was like, I went down there to get it so I can taste it and so I can sweeten it if it needed. Now, he said it was perfect. So the cherry wine, I think you said yours came out good without sweetening it. And that's what he said. He said when I did the cherry wine, the cherry juice, I'm sorry, when I turned the cherry juice into wine, he said it was sweet and good. The mango, he drunk that one too. And girl, it still had the goddamn yeast at the bottom. I was so angry at him. I told him I was supposed to make videos out of that. I said I'm supposed to do the last portion of the video. And I of course I cussed him out, okay? Without the cuss words, okay? You could, as a mother, you could cuss him out without using the cuss words. Um, that's probably why he did that shit. Because he knew I wasn't gonna do shit about it, except be mad, okay? And I made him give me some money. I was like, you gonna replace them juices and you gonna give me some money. So I made him give me $50. Now he was like, you told me they were for me. I said, yeah, but I was making videos with him. So he was right in the idea that y'all know I don't drink. He know I don't drink, and I made them for him, but they was not. I didn't tell them they were ready, although they were ready. Okay, they were ready, but they just wasn't in the bottles. Um, Girl, but the water into wine is still down there. The only reason that shit still exists, man, and I'm not even sure. The last time I checked, like 2 weeks ago, it was still down. Okay, he might have made that into Kool-Aid and drunk it, but I think it's still down there. I don't know. I turned the water into wine, and now I just have to back flavor it. And so I said I was gonna get some Kool-Aid packets. I told him to tell me which flavor he wanted, and let's try it. I told him to get the Kool-Aid. I guess that's the extreme part when I tell him to go get it. You know what I mean? And every time he go to the store, he don't think about getting the Kool-Aid. Now I do have some strawberry down there, but I'm not putting that in his wine. I'm not doing that because he's not gonna replace my strawberry. Okay, that's real strawberry. Um, yeah, I was gonna do it, but I'm not. So I'm gonna do it with Kool-Aid. I do have some Kool-Aid down there. Like I have an orange and I have a lemonade, but I don't want to use those. I was thinking more like maybe like a strawberry, right? That's strawberry Kool-Aid packets. I think he might like that, or even cherry Kool-Aid packets. I guess I could do grape. Now I may have a grape Kool-Aid packet down there. I think grape might be a good thing. Okay. But anyway, that's what I was thinking about. I don't know if it's still down there though. Okay. I can't even lie. Anyway, who's live? Let me go see who's live, y'all. Let me see. Doo-doo. Let's see. Um, nope, I don't know them. Who is these people? They must have changed their name. People be changing their no, I don't know who that is. And I don't know. DJ Vlad, Roland Martin, LTTV says he's live. I don't know. Let me check. And if he is, what he talking about? I don't see him being live. I don't think he's live. He be funny sometimes. His ass funny. Um. Anyway, no, I don't see nobody being live, y'all. Q Butter is live. Chaos Culture. Are they live? Let me see. Ronnie Ron live. Maybe. Let me see. Let me check on it. This might be. Oh, I might have to reboot. Yeah, it looked like they ended their live almost an hour ago. Let me reboot this real quick so I can see who live. Ooh. Okay, let's see. Q Butter. Real Talk with Yanni. Uh nope, nobody's live. God damn, who is Buddy Lee? Buddy Lee, who is that? I don't know who that motherfucker is. I be subscribed. Who is Buddy Lee? I didn't click. Kills is over there. Who is Lady? Oh, this must be. If I see Lady Law, that means this is the drama area, the black sector, or the beef sector. And I ain't going to play over there, baby. Okay? Let me see what they talk about, though. Y'all be asking me, Bomb, who is that you fighting? Motherfuckers be fighting for no reason, okay? I'm getting a little too old to be fighting for no motherfucking reason. Okay, so but I am subscribed to Buddy Lee. I don't remember him, but I am. Real Talk with Yandy. What's she talking about? Her ass be giving the tea, baby. I don't know what she talking about. Who is B Simone? I don't know. Okay, that's who live. And I gotta go into my other channel for the people who sew, they don't never be live. It be pissing me off too. And even when they sew live, they just be like me, right? And I like when I see people sew live because it could take me days to finish something. From the truth is, it does not. People will be like, "Oh, make this in 1 hour." The motherfucker be straight up lying. They made that in a couple of hours, and then they put it on this, edited the video to last an hour. But no, okay. By the time you sew the fabric out, that can take an hour by itself. Me making the shirt, it could take 1 hour just cutting the fabric. And then on top of that, you have to iron and put in things. It's a job. Okay. But I have a couple of bags I'm gonna be listing. The holidays is coming up. So I really gotta get on it. Okay. I have some bags I'm making. Y'all saw me doing some of it. I haven't finished it yet. Um, it's a pattern that I created, and I'm testing it. Okay. But they should come out pretty good. I hope. I hope. If not, and then yeah, so I gotta get back on it, y'all. I need some money. Okay, I need some money. I'm sorry, y'all. But I gotta get on it. Okay, I'm playing around. And the holidays coming up. Yeah, my grandson, I want to buy my grandson some shit, just like everybody else. And I was thinking about going to get me a job, but hubby keeps saying, he know, look, as soon as I say I think I'm gonna apply. And he just look at me. He's not gonna stop me from applying and all that shit. But as soon as I say, "Hey, I got an interview," or "I can start tomorrow," he's gonna be like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "We need money, baby. We need money." Okay. And I need money. We don't need money. I need money because I like to buy fabrics, and fabrics cost money. And yeah, I want to buy some. Like I saw this nice fabric. It's like a what is it called? It's not wool. Actually, I saw a nice wool. Wool is good for the winter months, fall and winter. And it's light too. It's like a light wool. That shit costs money. And I'm not joking, like $18 a yard. And I've been needing like 4 yards, 5 yards, like 4.5 yards, 18. You see how much that is? Or if I get even some I try not to get not knits. What is it called? Damn it. Not cotton, not wool. Oh, can't think of the name. Damn. Anyway, that is expensive as well. Like the cheapest, like $18 a yard. Especially if you want colors with something on it. Like if I get like a a basic brown or beige or anything like that. Plus, this fabric, uh, like it's wrinkles so quickly. What the name of it is? God damn it! Anyway, it's not cheap. And so I found a site that has these fabrics that have good quality and they are not cheap. That's all I got to say about it. And so I can't in good conscience be like taking money from the family to buy some fabric that I may not even do anything with for a while. Because I'm that type of person. Like I buy fabrics and especially if they're pretty. And when I figure out what I'm gonna do with them, then I'll do something with them. I know how many yards to get if I want to make a dress for myself. Then I know how many yards I need. But what if I decide not to make a dress for myself and I decide to make a shirt or skirt or whatever? Right? Now I want to make me some bras. Really, that's what I really want to do. But um, not sure. It's easy. I watched somebody make one, and I even they showed me even how to draft it out. So I think I might do that this weekend or this week. Maybe when I get off here, I'll draft me up a bra pattern and do a test sample and see how it will come out. But with the bras, you do have to have a specific type of fabrics that I do not have. Like for instance, um, I need a stretch material. It's like a lace, fold over lace. But I don't need that for the beginning. Like when I do a draft or test, it don't have to be the actual fabrics. So I guess that's what I might do tonight. But I think I'm trying to go to sleep. Okay. Because I'm still tired. Ooh. Oh. I'm still tired. I'm gone. Am I sharing the screen? No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Okay, no, I'm not.